situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't fear God, at least they will fear Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods could impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Ladden's son come here for the carnival, if you'll interview him, eh?
But how can you defend one shot, one kill?
What? You want me to throw a pillow at him?
I didn't say that.
No, well, if a roach jumps in front of you now, what will you do?
Run.
Oh, Jesus, Lord Father.
Pests bothering you? Call Terminix at 672-5007 or 672-0042 or visit our website at terminix.co.tt for a free quote and consultation. Join our fight against pests.
Lasso Frame Maritime Limited, the best in marina services. Our facilities, security checks ensures that all vehicles are secured. Our newly renovated bathrooms are always kept in a clean working order. Need repairs and maintenance? We have you covered. Our qualified workmen will get the job done. Boat storages, from our marina, you can easily push off for a family sailing trip. Or out fishing with the boys. A fun DDI experience with friends. Boat repairs, secured parking, extensive camera system, boat charters, boat rentals, down the island parties. Contact us at 1-868-634-1653. Lasso Frame Maritime Limited, the best in marina services. Life's better on a boat.
There's a taste in the air everywhere. Feel the vibe cause it's something to share. Smooth, rich and creamy, you'll find it right here. Makes you smile, relax a while, it's fun and good cheer. Special. Come along, enjoy your treats. This is Uncle Pete's.
We are here for the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago. It is week 11. Today's first fixture of a doubleheader from this venue. Central FC, the Central Sharks, will be taking on Real West Fort United. Both of these teams needing 3 points in order to improve their standing. Central FC currently 9th in the table, the 10-team table that is, and Real West Fort United, they won last weekend and they are now up to 7th position, again hoping to continue winning ways from the Arima Velodrome. Kickoff is still some time away, 10 minutes to be exact. But before that, let's hear what both teams are thinking heading into today's fixture. We're here today with Real Westfort United's Gary Griffith III, coming off a really inspired win and an inspired performance by yourself last weekend. What is the mission for Westfort today?
We're looking to go with the same energy, the same vibes from last week. The win last week really compelled us to work harder in training to continue getting the 3 points, and we're looking to do the same today. Yeah,
Central FC, you know, a team that you all previously drew with in the first round, 2-2. You'll think that they will continue to provide a stern test?
Yeah, well, we know the quality that Central has and what they uphold, and we know we have a game plan set, and we're looking to carry forward it on the field, and the professor gave us certain instructions, and we're looking to produce it on the field, so we'll see how that plays out.
Tell us about your personal game, you know, under the stewardship of the Professor Ron Lafforet. You know, you came into the starting team last week, and as mentioned, inspired performance. How do you feel about your game coming along now?
Well, yeah, you know, confidence is building, and with that comes better performances. So I hope to keep giving 100% on the field and for Real Westfort and to do my best. All
right, thanks a lot. Gary Griffith III, Real Westfort United. Central FC's Jalminia Mulrain joins us now. Jalminia, last weekend, heavy defeat for Central FC. You know, what's the plan coming into today's game against Real Westfort?
Well, we all watched the game against Rangers last week. We know that we gave a strong showing in the first half. Second half, we took our foot off the pedal. So going into this game, it's just about being consistent and going out for the full 90 minutes.
Now, the performances of the Central FC team will not justify 9th position in the standing for this second round of the competition. You know, what is the ambition? So, let's have a look at the starting lineups. Let's have a look at the starting lineups. This is Central FC. They're starting with goalkeeper Keston Aberdeen. Actually, Fakur Katibi is on the substitutes bench this afternoon, but they will also have in their lineup, as always, their captain Kishon St. Rose wearing the number 13, Romario Burke, Leandro da Costa and his twin brother Leandro, Keegan Faria, Ronaldo Francois, Joko Pear, Javon Thomas, Fenice Thompson and Miguel Williams. That's the starting lineup for Central FC. Real Westfort United, they've been forced into a couple substitutions before kickoff, including a warm-up injury for the previous starting goalkeeper, Theon Brown. So in his stead, Dwayne Thomas is in goal. Karen Cummins will be the captain. That's Karen Pest Cummins. Jamal Burke, Akil Thomas. Rondell Gibson also comes in during the warm-up. Gary Griffith III, who we heard from earlier. Josiah Joseph, Cornel Thomas, Malik Kwao, Akil Laborde, and Jamil Antwine will round off the starting 11 for Real Westfort United. This is how they look on the standings of the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago. You can see Central FC, they're laboring near the bottom. They're in 9th position. Real Westfort United just above them in 7th. So it's going to be, as mentioned earlier, we can't stress it enough that it's crucial, these 3 points for either team, as we see the tightness just above them. And of course, a win for either will do them a world of good in terms of their standings in this competition. Terminix Lockett Rangers continue to lead the way. Defence Force just behind. Of course, they have a game in hand. And of course, Police FC actually has a game in hand. Deportivo Point Fortin and Cunupia FC round off the top 5. It's the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago Saturday afternoon, double header here at the Arima Velodrome. We'll be right back with action.
The situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't fare God, at least they will fare Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods can impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Ladden's son come here for the carnival, if you'll interview him, eh?
But how can you defend one shot, one kill?
What? You want me to throw a pillow at him?
I didn't say that.
No, well, if a roach jumps in front of you now, what will you do?
Run.
Oh, Jesus, Lord Father.
Pests bothering you? Call Terminix at 672-5007 or 672-0042 or visit our website at terminix.co.tt for a free quote and consultation. Join our fight against pests.
Lasso Friend Maritime Limited, the best in marina services. At our facilities, security checks ensures that all vehicles are secured. Our newly renovated bathrooms are always kept in a clean working order. Need repairs and maintenance? We have you covered. Our qualified workmen will get the job done. Boat storages. From our marina, you can easily push off for a family sailing trip.
Welcome back to the Arima Velodrome, game one of this afternoon's doubleheader to continue week 11 in the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago. I am Jassy Marique in the commentary position as we see the teams and the officials getting ready to kickstart what we anticipate to be a really keenly contested affair here at the Arima Velodrome. The referees are Marlon Peruz, he'll be the man with the whistle, Kevin Lewis and Yaren Gosain as assistant referees 1 and 2. And of course, the fourth official, Jassy McDonald, having a look here at the Real West Fort United team greeting their Central FC opponents this afternoon. Real West Fort United coming off an exciting 3-2 win last weekend right here at the Arima Velodrome over their Port of Spain rivals, AC Port of Spain. Of course, Central FC, they are coming off a heavy defeat, 6-1. They lost the last time out to the tournament leaders, Terminix Lahokita Rangers. The toss just taken as the officials one final time reassure themselves that they'll have a fantastic match this afternoon. 90 minutes before us, 90 minutes we anticipate to be hotly contested. Central FC in our final team huddle as well. Right in the very middle of it looks to be their captain, Kishon St. Rose. Assistant referee Kevin Lewis. And of course, assistant referee 2 is Yaren Gosain on the far side. As always, Jovan Rovello is next to me. And of course, for the next 90 minutes, these will be the voices of the Ascension Tournament. Miguel Williams, trust me, contrary to those images, he will be up for it, usually very energetic. Jovan?
Yeah, expect a very good game this evening, especially from this West Fort team. They had a little bounce to begin the second round. The expectations are very high given that they've shown that they can play the football that they want to play. As the referee gets us started, this man in your who has the ball right now, will be in focus after the kind of game he had last week.
And already on the charge, earning an early corner kick here for Real Westfort United. Gary Griffith III, that is. Of course, the man doing the tracking back, Miguel Williams.
Yeah, so 2 matches with teams from different parts of the country. Central FC versus Westfort is the first match. Central hoping to really get their campaign restarted in this second round. They've shown a lot of promise in the first round, but they have to deliver on that promise. These boys in yellow, against a team that has already shown that they are up for it in this second round. Beautiful surface, so we expect a very high quality match.
Yeah, Central FC, 4 defeats on the bounce, including that 6-1 defeat last weekend. On the other hand, Real Westfort United, they have 1 win in 5. Of course, that win coming last weekend as well. But this is a chance for Central FC, a good chance at that. A second bite at the cherry for Leandro da Costa, rather. And then the offside flag on the far side of referee Yaren Gosain spares Real Westfort United. Central again. Shem Clozel trying to pull the strings, but this is Real Westfort United looking to launch a counter-attack. Laborde. Here again is one of the Da Costa twins, fighting tooth and nail. But he's not going to win that battle there with the Real Westfort United defender. That's Akil Thomas. The play in focus is Dwayne Thomas, a late change to the starting lineup. Previous goalkeeper Theon Brown injured in the warm-up. Here again comes Real Westfort United. Let's pull back to Karen Ballpest Cubbings. He spreads it out to Antoine. It's with Gigi the third now. He'll try to go to work on his defender. Certainly not a player short on confidence. Definitely not after last week's performance. Winning a penalty and then also assisting one for Belgrave. This is Pest. Charge down. Central Real Westfort will come again. Good interchange. Akil Thomas rolls it across. Akil Laborde can't quite get in before the defense's intervention. Partially cleared, and that in that corner, that cross rather, wayward at best.
Very good build up there from Westfort. They look much more confident. Like I said earlier, this surface is really helping their cause as well. Ball is rolling nicely for them. That occasion, Keely Thompson just putting it into touch. It's an interesting ball. It will go all the way through to Aberdeen. Just to go back to Gigi the third, he does have a very good case for, you know, having a confident match, for continuing in the vein that he did last weekend. So Good scrap here in the middle. Joko Pia eventually comes out with it.
Yeah, Central FC will certainly need to keep this Real Westford United team in check. A team high in confidence, as we see by that attempted pass. A raking ball. Eventually, though, running out of touch. It's going to be a throw-in. Deep in their own half here for Central FC. Javon Thomas. Westford come away with it. A bit of a mix-up there between Rondell Gibson and GG3. And it's going to be Miguel Williams coming away with it now for Central FC. Pushes it out wide to his captain, Kishon St. Rose. Can he keep it in? He manages to do just that. And the pass is looking for Williams on the return, but it's cleared away for Central FC corner kick.
Good opportunity here for Central to poke themselves in front. Despite what Westford have shown, they are a team that is prone to conceding the odd goal, so they would want to make best use of all these chances.
This is going to be an opportunity at the edge of the area for Shem Clausel. Couldn't keep it down, however, and it's harmlessly over bar. Shem Clausel, one of many players in this competition and certainly one of a few on the field currently with storied parentage. The son of the dread dribbler, Ian Clausel.
Yeah, a legend in the local game, an urban legend, so to speak. Didn't reach the heights that was expected of him, but his name still rings out in Trinidad and Tobago's football arena. Shem hoping to carve out his own space.
Certainly today he'll try to carve out some space in the midfield and the heart, as the heartbeat of this Central FC team. This is Miguel Williams now, looking to take advantage of the giveaways, seeing some yardage in front of him, moves into it. Links up with St. Rose. This is Romario Burke now, and all alone on this far side, albeit offside, is Leonardo da Costa. So previously we'd have seen the da Costa brothers, one in defense and one in attack, and they've been certainly making a case for themselves as a attacking duo in recent weeks in this competition, as we see once again Leonardo giving chase, well marshaled by Akil Thomas. It's still up there for the winning, manages to keep it in, gets it back to Williams, or rather that's Thomas. Eventually Rondell Gibson gets it away for Real Westford.
Yeah, the Da Costa story, really want to keep your eye on. These twins have a lot of talent. Saw that diving header last week. This is a good move here from Central though. Ball across the box. No one can claim it's cleared. It's here with Gigi the third. Looking for some space. Eludes the tackle. He has options. Eventually gives it to Karen Pest Cummings. This ball is interesting enough. Just ahead of the man. He's onside still. Wins a corner, does Akel Laborde for Real Westford. Man who was very frustrated last weekend. He had a couple good chances. Was unable to find the back of the net. He'll be hoping to do much better on this ground.
Yeah, he found himself in really good position. The ball just a bit overweighted. And then he himself unable to steady himself. But still, they'll have a corner kick here now. It's Karen Cummings with that left foot of his. Swings this one in. It's looping towards the back post. Cornel Thomas heads it back across goal, but over bar. And that certainly seemed that's like something they've been working on, Real Westfort United. That time they were unable to trouble young Keston Aberdeen.
Yeah, and you see the patterns in Westfort's play, even on set plays, especially on set plays, but even in open play, they've shown that they've put in the work that they had to. It's bringing results for them so far in the second round of the Ascension tournament. As Vakile Thompson comes out of the back. Ball with Jokul Pierre. Settled and wins a throw on this near side. It's Javon Thomas still giving chase. This ball is with Cummings. And again recovered, that's Keegan Farrier. Pierre. It's a good option here. Here's Thomas again. Sizes up his man. Tries to slip Keyshawn St. Rose in. Eventually goes for a throw. This is a Thomas throw. Works it around into defense. Farrier again. Higher up the pitch. It's good defensive work from the Westfort defense. Comes away with Laborde. It's a good opportunity. Lots of open space in front of him.
That's Jamal Burke. Cuts it back to Karen Pest Cummings. So he was a long way away from home that time, Burke. Storming up the left side from that left back position. Unable to work the chance, but here's a chance for Gibson. Wide of the mark on the turn. So already Real Westfort United able to get themselves into some advanced positions. And as mentioned, that man on screen, Akel Laborde, certainly has been busy in recent weeks. That time he feeds it into Gibson, and on the turn, he wanted it back, returned there Laborde, and you could see the frustration as Gibson opted for the shot instead. So Jovan, when you look at this Real Westfort United setup, it certainly seems more settled than they were in previous matches. Certainly more settled than they were in the first round of this competition. And it seems as though the Professor Ron Lafferty has finally found at least a core in this unit.
Yeah, a lot of things to hash out. This season can be difficult. Attitudes can change and there can be minor spats. We've all played football in some capacity or the other. We know how it can go, but they've sorted it out. They seem to be more at peace, especially with the way that they want to play. Professor will be proud of the way his players are approaching their football in this second round of the Ascension tournament. As Karen Cummings back in the side for the second match. After that brief hiatus, it's out here to Gigi the third. He will isolate his man and, of course, get on his bike. Try to get them tricks in. Instead gives it away. Professor I don't know if you could read lips as well as I can, but don't think he was that pleased with that passage of play. Here comes Central.
Yeah, the Professor that time didn't look at all impressed by the trickery of young Gigi the third. Maybe Akel Laborde can give him something to be a bit more happy about, and this time he does, delivering a pinpoint cross for Karen Pest Cummings to put Real Westfort United into the lead in this one, 15 minutes in.
Yeah, so that is football for you. The professor, having a couple grumblings, but then his team bringing it all together. Laborde unable to find back of the net, but with a great assist here. Just getting past Fikile Thompson for ball Pest to tap in the first goal of the match. Excellent center for Karen Cummings. It's 1-0 in the 16th minute.
Yeah, that ball right in that no man's land corridor, as they call it, just in between the goalkeeper and the retreating defenders. And certainly where Karen Cummings anticipated it to be put, he was able to hit the back of the net from point blank. 1-0 to Real Westport United against Central FC, but the Central boys are coming again. This is Miguel Williams, shot charged down by Cornel Thomas and cleared away eventually. That time referee Marlon Peruz got in the way of the attempted pass. Plays the advantage, so to speak, and now it's Laborde. Aberdeen might have been in some trouble, and Keeley Thompson with a close call there in his tackle against Laborde. Laborde is still battling and eventually loses out.
Yeah, trickier forward would have gone down with that kind of contact. Credit to Laborde for staying on his feet. He seems to have paid for his resilience, though. No treatment. Slowly getting back into the thick of things. So a much better performance from him already in this match. He has an assist. Let's hope he can find the back of the net for Westport, of course. If you're a Central man, you don't want to see that happening. They have to pull it back. It's not that far. It's only the 18th minute of this match. They're down 1-0. That goal coming just, 2 minutes ago.
Central FC, for it must be said, throughout this tournament has found itself in position similar, trailing in matches. In fact, when these two teams met in the first round, they were able to come from 2 goals down, and this time answering the call with the Cristiano Ronaldo celebration. Leonardo da Costa pulls them level again at 1 goal apiece. Dwayne Thomas is left beaten in his first appearance in this competition.
Almost on cue. This goal comes here. Beautiful cross into the box and a great header. Flicked into that far corner. No chance for the goalie. Did have a bit of a chance, but maybe saw it too late. Did put it into the pitch. Did the Da Costa twin. We're back at 1-1. Parity restored in the 19th minute of this match.
I'm certainly impressed by his heading prowess. As you mentioned earlier, glorious diving header scored in a previous encounter at the police barracks. And today again on the score sheet, Leonardo da Costa with a flicked header that brings his team back into contention. And here they are on the charge. It's Romario Burke. On the outside of him is Joko Pay. He gets it now and plays it forward to
with the boys.
St. Rose.
Or a fun DDI experience with friends. Boat repairs, secured parking, extensive camera system, boat charters, boat rentals, down the island parties. Contact us at 1-868-634-1653. Lasso Frame Maritime Limited, the best in marina services. Life's better on a boat.
There's a taste in the air everywhere. Feel the vibe, cause it's something to share. Smooth, rich and creamy, you'll find it right here. Makes you smile, relax a while, it's fun and good cheer. Ooh, enjoy every scoop. Ooh, every taste will get you hooked. We have flavors that you love, a combination special. Come along, enjoy our treats. This is Uncle Pete's.
The fact that they ask the questions, those challenging questions that no other media house would ask. So, shed light on those things that are in the dark, those stories that no one else wants to cover.
I grew up reading The Guardian, actually. It's a household name.
About The Guardian, one thing that I like, the human interest stories have increased.
See the investigative pieces on the human trafficking. I find that very interesting.
You go more in depth.
On sports, especially local sports, and that's one of my highlights for The Guardian.
Yeah, I read in Guardian, and The Guardian started coming out, started working. I was a newspaper man.
Could the stories that are being covered are well detailed and you get more facts.
At this point in time, I really like the Spanish section.
I'm glad I like it. Like to know everything, what is going on with us.
Also, I think the editorials, I think they're doing a good job on the speaking the truths, and they're challenging the government to make things better.
Me in particular, of recently, the last 2-3 months, I've been reading The Guardian. I'm seeing a lot of news about the neighborhoods and the communities, and I even saw my community featured, and I was proud.
The Guardian.
The Guardian?
Guardian.
Trinidad
Guardian. The Guardian.
The Guardian.
Trinidad Guardian. The Guardian is my first choice.
What is television? It seems like a simple question, but television means different things to different people. We in the Caribbean are very unique people. That's why we need unique television. Welcome to M&E TV, where we showcase our lives in the Caribbean. M&E TV is about us, the special way we talk, the way we walk, dance, move. M&E TV is about me. It's about you. M&E TV is about our amazing Caribbean experience.
We are the fourth estate. We educate, we inform, and we hold those in authority, politicians, business leaders, and others, to account.
Connecting the public to the truth drives our purpose here at CNC3. When we stand behind a desk every single night, a lot of people don't know that we're a huge part of the news process. We eat, breathe, and sleep news. And that reflects in everything that we do as a news team.
Every day we tell the stories of people's journey through life. Stories of their success, stories of their sadness, stories of their grief, stories of their glory. We're the mirror in which society looks at itself.
When a storm is coming, everyone always thinks worst case scenario, and sometimes it may just be a brief shower or two. It's not always going to be a green veil level event. So it's important to have the most credible and accurate information coming from a verified source.
Welcome, you're watching the 7 o'clock news on CNC3.
Amante Del Cafe is located at Magnificent Mall, number 271 Southern Main Road, McBean, Couva. Amante Del Cafe. Happiness begins with brew.
The situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't fear God, at least they will fear Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods could impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Ladden's son come here for a carnival if you'll interview me.
But how could you defend one shot, one kill?
What? You want me to throw a pillow at him?
I didn't say that.
No, well, if a roach jumps in front of you now, what will you do?
Run.
Oh, Jesus, Lord Father.
Pests bothering you? Call Terminix at 672-5007 or 672-004.
So Central FC have a throw-in. It's with Miguel Williams. Real Westford win it back. Cummins can't quite bring it under control, and it's Joko Peer springing the trap, beating his men. He has some options ahead. He's trying to slip this one through to St. Rose. Cornel Thomas, that is forced into the clearance, and it's going to be corner kick to Central FC. We are at the Arima Velodrome. Game one of this afternoon's doubleheader. Apologies for the break in transmission experienced a short while ago, but if you're just joining or if you need a reminder, it's Central FC taking on Real Westford United. It's level pegging, 1 goal all after Real Westford United took the lead. Central FC responding, and here they are again, Central. Javon Thomas with the corner kick. It's a good delivery. And into no man's land there was the goalkeeper for Real Westford United, Dwayne Thomas. He couldn't get there, however, before Romario Burke was able to head it in. Their second headed goal of this game. And just like that, it's Central FC taking a 2-1 lead. That goal coming in the 30th minute and leaving Dwayne Thomas egg-faced in that Real Westford United goal. He really had no business coming out there, and you could see just by his form there was no opportunity for him to punch or even get to that ball. And of course Romario Burke able to head it into an empty net. So they've shown their ability to respond positively, Central FC, in this competition. They've come back numerous times as we look at one of the goal scorers, Leonardo da Costa, who restored parity in this one at 1 apiece in the 18th minute. Of course, Central FC once again demonstrating their ability to rise above the adversity, not panic too much after trailing in a number of their encounters, and this time able to produce the response once more.
Yeah, the last encounter between these two teams was a 2-2 draw. Central just hoping to keep their intensity up enough to continue this, what has been an exceptional comeback for them.
Here they come again with the man who just a couple moments ago gave them the lead in for the first time in this match, Romario Burke, and this time a foul committed. Central FC, they're in a hurry to get it restarted, and that time it seemed to be an off-the-ball incident, which Russ Russell has drawn to the attention of fourth official Jassy McDonald before referee Marlon Peruz eventually stops play to allow Javon Thomas hunched over to get some treatment. Seems as though he was obstructed after he played that ball in towards Leonardo da Costa, and just as he was about to take off for the return.
A very incensed looking Ross Russell Sr., as well as some fans behind us appealing to the referee. Ross Russell sporting his own brand. Let's stay tuned for any developments on his personal styling journey.
Seems as though he's thinking about venturing into the world of high fashion.
Certainly
I'd wear it, Jovan.
Yeah, one of the role models in the league, really. Always dressed to the nines. As Javon Thomas returns to play. Cummings just lets it go to Pierre, gives it to Burke here. Has options, loses his man. Well, both of them do.
Williams on the charge, St. Rose in support. Tries to get it back to him, it's intercepted, however. As you see Russ Russell there in the foreground. Throws his hands up in frustration. He felt as though they needed to take better care of the ball in that sort of position. Be a bit more accountable. And here again, another careless giveaway. It's into ball Pest. Squirms out now to Gary Griffith III. Ahead of him is Rondell Gibson. Perhaps needed to be a little bit more hustled. Still though, it's going to be Real Westford corner kick taken short. Gary Griffith III will swing this cross in. It's a good looking one. Aberdeen comes and flaps at it. Gets enough of it though. And then Josiah Joseph allows it to run for another Real Westford corner kick.
Yeah, this match really coming to life. Excellent ball across the box. Joseph's corner. Collected on the second time by Keston Aberdeen.
Central again. This is St. Rose giving chase. Won't get there before Burke. Jamal Burke, that is, and then his clearance upfield to Gary Griffith III. He's on his bike, gets past one. Keely Thompson comes over though. The sliding challenge. The acreage in front of Gary Griffith III would have opened up. Keely Thompson had to be clean in his challenge. Won the ball though, and now Real Westport United again. That time Akil Thomas finding room, unable to deliver the cross. It's back with Real Westford. That time a really sloppy challenge from Romario Burke on Quao. It's going to be a free kick now to Real Westford. Romario Burke, number 10, alongside the Real Westford number 10, Karen Cummings.
I believe it was Burke's double that got them the draw against Central in the last time that they met. That time he came on as a super sub. He did say that he was a little short of fitness. He's been in the starting lineup a couple of weeks now. Defense, of course, is not his strong point, but we'll forgive him for that.
Yeah, he already has a goal to suggest that perhaps his talents are better expressed higher up the pitch. The goal that has Central FC in a 2-1 lead as we speak. So just under 10 minutes left in the first half regulation time here at the Arima Velodrome. Saturday afternoon Ascension tournament action. And just as that throw-in was taken, the referee instructed for it to be retaken as Real Westport United are forced into a substitution. Rundle Gibson is out, and the man coming in, Josimar Belgrave. Belgrave would have gotten them a goal last weekend. He was actually scheduled to be in the starting lineup today. Gibson it was that took his place. I'm not too sure what kept him out. But here he is making his entrance, and Gibson has put in his day's work.
Some minor league players boast of having a very strong half hour in them. Maybe that was Gibson's argument this evening. Here's Laborde. Fighting, battling. Cummings to Gary Griffith III. Ball is just miscued to Belgrave, who he set up for second last weekend.
This is St. Rose across the middle as Da Costa all alone, and he found the pass, but Da Costa's touch let him down. He still has it though and is serving this one into St. Rose. Good first touch, and the same can't be said of the second, as a gasp is let out in the stands here at the Arima Velodrome. Finishing certainly lacking on that occasion, St. Rose.
And he puts up his hand immediately. He knows. Didn't have to hear the ogres behind us. Good first touch. Really should have opened up a very good opportunity for him.
To be fair, the ball just didn't fall as quickly or as invitingly as he would have wanted. Forced to take it on the up, and the result was there for all of us to see. Meanwhile, though, this is Real Westport. Gary Griffith III gets this ball into Belgrave. He'll lay it back to Cummins. To his right is Neptune, and then a really over-exaggerated tackle leads to a half clearance, and it's now going to be a free kick for Real Westport United. Cummins plays it early, and now it's with Kwao. Cross on this near side, he has Neptune in support, gets it back now. Kwao from Neptune. Good exchange between those two, and this is now Akil Thomas. Neptune asking Thomas to give chase, but again, the final pass has not been the best today for Real Westport United.
Yeah, and only just we had a good final pass from Laborde. They just really need to get back on their game, on their focus. Everything's not lost. The Central will want to hold on to this position. They'd want to keep a hold of the ball a bit more, be a little more responsible in possession, manage their time and their football a little better than they've done so far since taking the lead. It's a good recovery by Da Costa. Here's Burke. This is Thomas. Being urged to go in. This cross looks good. And just over bar by Keyshawn St. Rose. I think it caught him a little off guard there, Jassy.
Yeah, and we see again Javon Thomas on this left side, able to take advantage of the space ahead of him, getting the cross, and that time finding Leandro Da Costa. his putback to St. Rose certainly caught him off guard. And the tiny Central FC frontman unable to hit the target for a second time in a matter of minutes.
Again, a great ball to the far post. Keyshawn St. Rose tried his best, but couldn't get it on frame.
It's the kind of chance you would want to capitalize on, especially given the circumstances of this match. Real Westport United, you remember, led in the 15th minute, 1-0 after Karen Cummings put them ahead. Since then, though, Central FC has certainly come on. They've taken a 2-1 lead, and just approaching half-time, you would want to put that away and really put your opponents to the sword.
Yeah, a 3-1 lead would definitely put some Westford heads down. Would take the professor out of his seat at the end of the area, of course. He's been very demanding of his players, and with good reason. They have the potential to do what they did last week, but they have to work for it, and they're being made to work for it by this Central FC team.
What have you seen of this Westford team when you look at last week's performance and this week so far? Certainly they seem to be off the pace a bit. After Karen Cummings gave them the lead in this one, they've allowed Central FC to really get a hold on the match. And after this free kick, Jovan, which could end up in the back of the net, actually, but the whistle had gone. And Dwayne Thomas, for his acrobatics, is spared a chance. Yeah, so as we were discussing, Real Westport United, they've looked off the pace in this encounter so far.
As we see another chance, the whistle had gone, but this ball just coming back and still saved by the goalie. And there you can see why they're having a tough time. Russ Russell spurring his players on, and it's a very young Central side. It's very difficult to contain players who just want to run at you, as this man in your picture surely knows by this point in the match. We're in the 44th minute of the first half, and Central FC's players don't look like tiring. In fact, they seem spurred on by the hill that they had to climb to get back into this match.
Yeah, but they can get something here. Westford had Akel aboard. Been a bit more purposeful. Certainly was purposeful in the tackle. Leaving it all on Javon Thomas. In the end, though, no harm, no foul.
We're in the 45th minute of play. And what kind of first half do you think we've seen so far, Jassy?
Yeah, just to give my thoughts on this one, I think it's certainly no team has really run away with the game so far. Central FC do have a 2-1 lead after trailing. But certainly in this one, I'd say they've been the better team. They've certainly been the better team, Central FC. They've been more purposeful. They've shown more intent, more attacking. They've been certainly more adventurous moving forward as well. Real Westport United have tried to play a more of a possession type game, trying to dictate and really be a bit more patient in their approach play. It's not worked to their favor. As we see fourth official Jassy McDonald raising the board with 1 minute added on at the end of this first half. Tidy one for this man, Russ Russell and company. But certainly they would have liked to be at least 2 more goals to the good.
Yeah, they've had the opportunities to really run away with this first half. But as it stands, it's a slim 1-goal lead heading into the half. Good observations there by Jassy. The will to attack, especially down this left side with Javon Thomas, has served Central FC well in this match. As the first half comes to an end, Russ Russell is still coaching, but it's 2-1 to Central FC. Gary Griffith III has been marginal so far in this performance, but given what he showed last weekend, we can expect more from him in the second half. Let's see how this 2-1 margin unfolded. This ball from Jukul Pierre into the Costa was straight at Dwayne Thomas. Another good corner, flapped at and well over bar from Shem Clausel. This ball into the box for Laborde. Just a slip taking him off. But minutes later, a couple seconds later, we'll get to that shortly. This header back in from Cornelius Thomas was over bar. Laborde twisting and turning, looking for it. Shot was wide of Keston Aberdeen's post. But here came Laborde. Beautiful square for Keron Ball Pest Cummings. Centering it in the right area to give them a 1-0 lead after 16 minutes. Well celebrated. Big smile there from Akel Laborde, who's labored, of course. The equalizer was not far behind. Leandro da Costa showing up at that far post with a beautiful flick past Dwayne Thomas. You can see the professor was not pleased with that. Aberdeen made this header look good. Another ball from Javon Thomas to da Costa. This one not coming out to plan on that occasion. Then third goal of this first half, second for Central, Romario Burt. Not known for his heading prowess, but a beautiful goal there for him. Ball from Gigi the third, looked to be headed to a blue shirt, didn't make it into the back of the net. This one was offside just eventually. But after this, we'll take a short break. We'll return with the second half of Central FC versus Real Westfort, live from the Arima Velodrome. This is the Ascension Tournament. Stay with us.
Lasso Frame Maritime Limited, the best in marina services. At our facilities, security checks ensures that all vehicles are secured. Our newly renovated bathrooms are always kept in a clean working order. Need repairs and maintenance? We have you covered. Our qualified workmen will get the job done. Boat storages, from our marina, you can easily push off for a family sailing trip. Out fishing with the boys. Or a fun DDI experience with friends. boat repairs, secured parking, extensive camera system, boat charters, boat rentals, down the island parties. Contact us at 1-868-634-1653. Lasso Frame Maritime Limited, the best in marina services. Life's better on a boat.
There's a taste in the air everywhere. Feel the vibe cause it's something to share. Smooth, rich and creamy, you'll find it right here. Makes you smile, relax a while, it's fun and good cheer. Ooh, enjoy every scoop. Ooh, every taste will get you hooked. We have flavors that you love, a combination special. Come along, enjoy our treats. This is Uncle Pete's.
The fact that they ask the questions, those challenging questions that no other media house would ask. So, shed light on those things that are in the dark, those stories that no one else wants to cover.
I grew up reading The Guardian, actually. It's a household name.
About The Guardian, one thing that I like, the human interest stories have increased.
See the investigative pieces on the human trafficking. I find that very interesting.
You go more in depth.
On sports, especially local sports, and that's one of my highlights for The Guardian.
Yeah, I've been in guards and the garden started coming out, started working. I was a newspaper man.
Because the stories that are being covered are well detailed and you get more facts.
At this point in time, I really like the Spanish section. I'm glad I like it. Like to know everything, what is going on with us.
Also, I think the editorials, I think they're doing a good job and they're speaking the truth, and they're challenging the government to make things better.
Me in particular, of recently, the last 2-3 months, I've been reading The Guardian. I'm seeing a lot of news about the neighborhoods and the communities, and I even saw my community featured, and I was proud.
The Guardian.
The Guardian?
Guardian.
Trinidad Guardian.
The Guardian.
The Guardian.
Trinidad Guardian. The Guardian is my first choice.
What is television? It seems like a simple question, but television means different things to different people. We in the Caribbean are very unique people. That's why we need unique television. Welcome to M&E TV, where we showcase our lives in the Caribbean. M&E TV is about us, the special way we talk, the way we walk, dance, move. M&E TV is about me. It's about you. M&E TV is about our amazing Caribbean experience.
We are the fourth estate. We educate, we inform, and we hold those in authority, politicians, business leaders, and others, to account.
Connecting the public to the truth drives our purpose here at CNC3. When we stand behind a desk every single night, a lot of people don't know that we're a huge part of the news process. We eat, breathe, and sleep news. And that reflects in everything that we do as a news team.
Every day we tell the stories of people's journey through life. Stories of their success, stories of their sadness, stories of their grief, stories of their glory. We're the mirror in which society looks at itself.
When a storm is coming, everyone always thinks worst case scenario, and sometimes it may just be a brief shower or two. It's not always going to be a green veil level event. So it's important to have the most credible and accurate information coming from a verified source.
Welcome, you're watching the 7 o'clock news on CNC3.
Amante Del Cafe is located at Magnificent Mall, number 271 Southern Main Road, McBean, Couva. Amante Del Cafe. Happiness begins with brew.
The situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't fear God, at least they will fear Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods could impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Ladden's son come here for a carnival if you'll interview me.
But how can you defend one shot, one kill?
What? You want me to throw a pillow at him?
I didn't say that.
No, well, if a roach jumps in front of you now, what will you do?
Run.
Oh, Jesus, Lord Father.
Pests bothering you? Call Terminix at 672-5007 or 672-0042 or visit our website at terminix.co.tt for a free quote and consultation. Join our fight against pests.
Welcome back to the Arima Velodrome this Saturday afternoon. It's Ascension Tournament action here in round 2, the second match week of round 2, and certainly the 11th match week of this competition. Central FC, left of screen, currently hold a 2-1 lead over Real Westfort United. Of course, Westfort United had actually opened the scoring in this one through Karen Cummings all the way back in the 15th minute. Central responded through Leonardo da Costa in the 18th to make it 1-1, and then on the stroke of half an hour played, Romario Burke scored the goal that allowed them to go ahead in this match for the first time. And that means that as we prepare to start the second half, it is all to play for. Currently, these teams certainly need all 3 points. But as you know, in the nature of this game, 3 points can only go in one direction. Central FC, they currently sit 9th in the 10-team standings. Real Westfort United marginally ahead of them in 7th. Central FC 5 points. Real Westfort United 10 points. The last time these two teams met in the first round, it resulted in a 2-2 draw. But by the looks of play in this one, both teams have had the shouts. And I expect that we will see a result in this one in favor of one team or the other rather than another draw. Jovan Ravello is alongside me.
Yeah, I expect those first half goals to not be the last word in this match. It's been pretty open so far. Good chances on both sides. As the second half gets started.
Brendan Creed has entered the match for Real Westfort United. He'll play on this left side of the fence. There he is now, just entering the frame. And out is Jamal Burke. So already Real Westfort United, they've rejigged their formation, certainly their personnel, to start this second half. And here they are on the front foot now. It's Ake Laborde into Belgrave. And again, it just can't quite fall for the man who we saw scoring last weekend before Aberdeen came out and collected. And an early chance for Real Westfort United goes a-begging. It's going to be an interesting 45 minutes unfolding. And of course, although Real Westfort United trail in this one, they've certainly not opted, the Professor Ron Lafferay, to interfere too much with the attack. Instead, he's made a defensive change. And certainly, it is one geared to managing this right side, or this left side for Real Westfort United, or the right side for Central FC. And already this is Creed in an advanced position. Shot charged down, but he wins it back. Surveys his options, gives it to Neptune, so to Antoine rather. It's with Board now, Laborde. Switch the play over to Akil Thomas, and he'll play it ahead, asking Josiah Joseph to chase. He gets there, only just, in fact not in time, according to the assistant referee on the far side, Yarin Gosain.
In a way, the Westfort change does make some sense. They've only had 2 clean sheets in their matches so far this season. That's 2 in 10. Well, 2 in 11 now. They do have to become a lot more solid if they want to push forward. Speaking of pushing forward, here comes Central. Keyshawn St. Rose unable to get that under his spell. It goes for a Central throw. This will be Miguel Williams on the near side. Options abound. Joko Pierre looks interested. Instead he goes long. Covered by Pierre. Eventually Cummings gets it. He has Pierre for company. It's good defensive work from the attacking midfielder for Central FC. Here comes Keyshawn St. Rose, very quick and almost in, but second best to Dwayne Thomas in the Westfort goal.
Yeah, that time relying on the nippy Keyshawn St. Rose, asking him to go after a good through ball. Thomas was alert and able to do the job in scooping it up for Real Westfort United. Here they come forward now. It's Cummings to Belgrave. Antoine. And now Creed sprays it out to Gary Griffith III. Immediately closed down by Miguel Williams, not allowing the inventive young attacker to turn and face him. Williams that time. And he does well again here, Williams, to come away from Belgrave. Passes this one into the feet of St. Rose. He'll have a run, or thinks about it at least. Good intervention there by Cornel Thomas. Now Real Westfort United will look to go forward.
Spoke in the first half about Keyshawn St. Rose needing to be involved for Central. He's factored in almost every attack so far for them in the second half. We're in the 51st minute of this first match of a doubleheader from the Arima Velodrome in the Ascension tournament. Russ Russell communicating his ideas to his players. Done what he's asked so far, but lose out on that occasion. So it'll be a Westfort throw.
Referee Peruse indicates that it was further back than Cummings had realized, and this time Brendan Creed gets it going. It's switched over to Kwao now, and to his right is Thomas. Left it a bit short, but Thomas able to get it back to Antoine before it's given away again. Now here comes Central FC. Burke can't quite turn his man, but gets it now to Thomas, Javon Thomas. Thomas is all over this field this afternoon. As we see, we get a look there at Cordell Samuel. So that's actually a second change that they have made. Real Westport United. Cordell Samuel is also in. And it looks as though Josiah Joseph would have been the man that didn't return from the locker rooms at halftime. Cornel Thomas brings Real Westport United forward. Plays the ball looking for Samuel. Samuel gets there, brings it down. He has Javon Thomas at his back, but he gets his cross in. Cut out at the near post by Faria. And then eventually completing the clearance there, Da Costa. Samuel again giving chase. That's a half clearance. Belgrave finding his man off the back of his line. Catching Aberdeen off his line that time. And just clipping it over the Central FC goalkeeper. Brilliant goal from Elijah Belgrave to bring Real Westport United back on level terms at 2 apiece.
You called it. This game does have goals in it. Belgrave, the second in as many weeks. Very smart finish from a half chance. Didn't need a touch. Aberdeen would be disappointed that he didn't get that away from his goal. It's 2-2 here. 54th minute. Type of match you want to see on a Saturday evening. Two very good teams living up to their own expectations. We're at where they were the last time they met at the end of 90 minutes. We still have a good bit of football to play in this one. Stay tuned.
Yeah, Jovan certainly does have goals in this one, and we've seen 4 of them already. Smart finish that time by Belgrave after the failed attempt at the clearance by the Central FC defense. He was alert, spotted Aberdeen off his line, and made the Central FC custodian pay. He did get a touch, he did get a good hand on it, Aberdeen, and certainly I agree that he would be disappointed that he wasn't able to turn it away from goal. Take nothing away from Belgrave though for the finish. And that man Samuel was involved, a second half substitute, and here he is again looking to make himself a nuisance on that far side. Comes away with a corner for Real Westport United, and certainly enjoying what he's been able to produce so far.
And it's really been to use a very simple word, a fun match. Players aren't too flustered. Finding the back of the net. This ball here from Karen Cummings is very enticing. Laborde just can't get that finishing touch once again.
And it was an observation I made in the first period of Laborde. He didn't seem to come out today with the right pair of tires. He was slipping and sliding all over the place in the first half, and one would have thought that he would have taken the opportunity at the break to properly equip himself. At that time, as the ball fell, he lost his footing. Could have been a different story.
Yeah, maybe an equipment problem. But we did see him last week struggle to find his shooting boots in the box, and it was a bit drier. Let's hope that he sorts it out. Central comes the other direction. The This is Miguel Williams turning on the turbines, going to the touchline. It's a great cross inside, very firm cross. The Costa unable to get onto it. Eventually, it's with Dwayne Thomas. Seems to be asking his players to settle down in front of him.
Yeah, that time Miguel Williams just glided past his man with such ease to get the cross in. It came to nothing though, but Real Westport United have a chance, or would have had a chance had Gary Griffith III been able to keep himself onside. So it's an open match from here on out. I'll be willing to bet that both teams will have a go at it to try and secure the points. Here comes Central FC now. This is Williams receiving it. We know what he can do in these types of positions. Brendan Creed, though, is a tough customer. Forces Williams to get rid of it. At that time, Creed is turned. And then Williams called for a handball. Real Westport United played quickly. It's with GG3 now. Skips past one. He'll take on his man Faria, but retreating is Shem Clausel. This is inside to Cummings. On the far side is Samuel. It's a bit behind him. He has the legs. Gets there. And gets the cross in. It's a good one. Laborde puts his body on the line. But it comes back now to Akil Thomas. Beats his man. Lines himself up. Can't get the cross in. Samuel again will have a firm drive at this one. Cleared away. Central FC living on the edge. Certainly there's an opportunity though to counter-attack. Their numbers begin to come forward now. This is St. Rose. Joko Pair straight offside. So it's opening up here, Jovan, at the Arima Velodrome.
Yeah, real end-to-end stuff from both these teams. Good energy shown. Referee will have his work cut out for him. He's supposed to be the fittest man on the pitch, and these two teams will surely put that to the test. This cross is in. It's to Belgrave. Here's Cummings. Shot is blocked by Fikile Thompson. Eventually cleared. So Creed. GG3. Here's Belgrave. Back with Burke. This is good approach play from Central, very patient. Great cross-field ball for the Costa. This is Leandro, the goal scorer. Back in for Keyshawn St. Rose. Burke, over bar.
Seemed to have taken a touch on his way through. A referee, Peruz, points to a corner kick. But encouraging signs there by Central FC. They'd been on the back foot a few times previously, and Russ Russell shows his displeasure at something or the other. Central FC does have a corner kick, and his opposite number there, the Professor. In the meanwhile, ensuring that his Westport team remains properly positioned as Javon Thomas prepares to swing in this corner kick for Central FC. Nice turnout here, including former national team players Daniel Cyrus. Just caught a glimpse of him in attendance here at the Arima Velodrome. If you're still wondering how the remainder of your Saturday afternoon might turn out, perhaps you want to bring the family down to witness some exciting action here at the Arima Velodrome. This is just game one of this afternoon's doubleheader. So still a lot of football to be experienced. And maybe even some more goals. Good interception that time by Thomas, but Belgrave cuts out the forward pass, gets it out to Samuel. Laborde now does find his shooting boots. Unable to beat the first man though. He gets it back now, Laborde. Still can't get it past the defender. It's still alive though. Real Westport United. Belgrave draws a fine save out of Aberdeen.
Shouts of die save coming from just behind the commentary position. It was a very good point blank save from Keston Aberdeen. So you feel that Belgrave should have picked a corner. There's another opportunity here. It's eventually cleared.
Yeah, he has been in goal scoring form, and one would have put money on it that he would have been able to find the back of the net at that time from that sort of distance out. As we get another look, Laborde lined up the shot, and it was kept alive by Cummings, flicking it on to Belgrave. Again, he didn't go for a first touch, swung at it, and Aberdeen keeping scores level. Here is Belgrave again, though, and this time he's able to put it away on the turn. So he is certainly in a purple patch. Elijah Belgrave, 1 last week, 2 already this week, and it restores the lead for Real Westport United in the 62nd minute.
Aberdeen would be appealing for some help. He's been under siege in this Central FC goal. Good work from Laborde again to recover it. Ball to Belgrave. That's a very fine finish into the far corner. Begged for it. Made sure it counted. That's 2 assists for Laborde and 2 goals for Josimar Belgrave. Remember, he was a first half sub just around the 35th minute. Another master stroke from the professor.
So whatever the professor had to say in the dressing room certainly has worked. As we see, Laborde goes down with an apparent head injury. The referee has to stop play. And of course, the medics will be in a hurry to get on. Head injuries, nothing to take lightly. In the meantime, though, that's Elijah Belgrave on screen, the man who's already put away a double for Real Westport United. That has them in a 3-2 lead. So they've responded positively in the second period, Jovan, after Central FC certainly was the better team in the first.
Yeah, Westport doing the business. Belgrave, of course, spoke about that patch that he's in. There you can see him with a very wry smile on his face, the veteran. 2 very neat finishes to put his team in the ascendancy. This is ball Pest Cummings. About 35 on this free kick. Contemplates his next move.
Certainly can whack them. And this man can too. Cornel Thomas, he'll size himself up. At that time, though, perhaps a little bit too contemplative before eventually letting that one fly. As we see off in the distance, one of the 2 teams for the next fixture. That's AC Port of Spain in the distance. They'll be taking on Central Soccer World. Still a lot to play in this one, though. Approaching the end of 65. And everyone seems to be enjoying the action in a relaxing posture. That fan. And that time, too relaxed, Shem Clozel gives it away to Real Westport United. Creed has Antoine. Antoine has Cummings ahead of him. Neat touch to escape his man, and he wants it back, Cummings, but Belgrave will instead go wider to Samuel, and on the overlap is Akil Thomas. Sprints past his man, thinks about the cross, instead turns it back now to Samuel. Samuel does the cha-cha, gets the cross in, it's over Belgrave though, and Central FC get it away through Romario Burke. Only temporarily, they'll have to do some more defending now. This is Jamil Antoine. Slips it through to Belgrave. He's on a hat-trick, remember, and has a goal. Why not in the Central FC goal?
And why not? He's shown that he can finish. I don't think anybody will be doubting him or questioning him in those type of situations. Wins it well. Distributes up to Cummings. It's a good ball for LaRode. He isolates his player, and it's good defense from Fikile Thompson.
So Laborde still frustrated by this Central FC defense. He's had an assist today though, but certainly would want to, 2 assists rather, and certainly would want to add his name to the score sheet. And the headlines here at in this Ascension tournament. This is Central FC through Romario Burke. Good ball from Clausel into the feet of Da Costa. St. Rose thinks about the shot, but it's charged down by Creed. Central FC throw-in. Central FC has cleared the bench. Ross Russell asking all of his substitutes to get warm, as he'll be certainly cooking up a plan here to get things back on track for his team, which once led. There we get a look at Sadale McLean, a man central to the fortunes, but not to Central FC, central to the fortunes of AC Port of Spain, who will take on Central Soccer World in the next match. Another man there who will have all of the ambitions on AC Port of Spain upon his shoulders, Che Benny. Last weekend, this Real Westford United team came back to beat them. And they look to be completing another comeback story today, Real Westford United.
Yeah, and good value for this lead, Real Westford, especially this man. Actually, these two men, LaRode and Laborde and Belgrave.
Gary Griffith now has it on this near side, just beneath us. For Real Westford, gets it into Belgrave and gets it back. He's trying to cook something up, but it's cut out by Joe Colpe, and now Central FC look to bring it the other way. Da Costa tries to knock it down for St. Rose, before it's moved away by Cornel Thomas. Miguel Williams gets under it. One back though by Real Westford. This is Laborde. Good touch. Plays it to Samuel. Samuel is in. Plays it across just ahead of Cummings, but he gets it back now, Samuel. He'll have another attempt. Javon Thomas, who has really explored the space in front of him, has been actively defending this Central FC goal post since the arrival and the introduction of Cordell Samuel. Here come Real Westford again. Belgrave trying to unlock them. Play back out to Samuel. Comes to Belgrave. Cummings is still there. Here comes Creed. Good take. He'll go ahead. Miguel Williams has to be careful. Gets the cross in. Scooped away by Fikile Thompson. Picked up again though by Real Westford. This is Gary Griffith III. Creed. Creed now is in. Can he get a better service? He does, but Aberdeen was watchful. Again, here they come, Real Westford and Central FC. Thankful, relieved even to hear the whistle of referee Marlon Peruz that time for the foul on Romario Burke.
You have to feel that Central really need to sort out the coverage. At the back, they're a bit loose and trailing. It's not a good sign for them. They have 20 minutes to recover, but they can only do that by applying themselves a lot better on both ends of the pitch. This is Thompson to pair.
Yeah, Central FC, and if you notice, Jovan, could be in actually, but it's offside. But if you look at the way Real Westford, they're essentially playing in two banks. It's defense versus attack right now as they seek to widen the lead. They have not asked too much defensively of either Griffith or on this near side or Samuel since his introduction on the far side. Kieran Cummings has advanced his position as well. And Belgrave is also in a more advanced position as they have successfully sought to get themselves level and then get a lead in the second half. Meanwhile, 2 substitutions being made by Central FC. 3 substitutions actually. Joe Colpere, Javon Thomas, and Kishon St. Rose will leave the field. Coming in are
Kwame Huyu, Jerick Williams, and the number 3, Dorian Sampson.
So Ross Russell has sensed that he has to act, and he does. 3 substitutions to try and slow this Real Westford United team down. They've certainly picked up steam in this second half, and here they come again. Laborde turns his man nicely. Across from him is Antoine. GG3 gives his man a wrong address before he's eventually tackled out of possession.
That may be part of their game management strategy. The fancy feet of GG the third. Here he is again. Just losing out there. Here comes Central. Goal behind. Ball from Williams. It's good feet here on the far side. A great cross. Or a good idea of a cross. Unable to find Leandro da Costa on the far post.
Two more substitutions being prepared, this time on the side of Real Westford United. Game over for Gary Griffith III. In is Ross Dowden. And also coming onto the field of play, Kazim Donald. He replaces Jamil Antoine. So 2 substitutions for Real Westford United. Ross Dowden and Kazim Donald will come in to see if they can freshen things up for Real Westford United and add to their fortunes in this second half.
Aberdeen will recover here. It's up with Burke. So, really strange decision there from the central midfielder on the far side. Westford won't mind it one bit. They pump this ball all the way back up. That time with Shem Clausel. It'll be a Westford throw. Here's Belgrave. Cleared again by Central. It's a great ball here for Laborde. Unable to get the right amount of purchase on it. Donald following up was also unable to find a look at goal. This ball is from Jerick Williams. It's up to Sampson. He has a fight with one of the Lions on this team, Cornel Thomas. really the backbone of this Westford defensive effort. They've conceded 2, but the forwards have done them a great service. It's Thomas. Route 1 stuff there. Thomas just missing out on the header. As Central prepares another sub. Up with Sampson. Wild shot. Central just running out of ideas. Here's Burke recovering. It's back with Sampson. He's losing his footing. The board is very low. Gives it to Belgrave. It's over to Cummings. My apologies, as man on the far side is Shem Clausel.
So the game has certainly lost a bit of the structure that we saw previously. Here now, Central FC will have an opportunity to make that substitution. Shem Clausel leaves the field and Angelo Williams joins us. Substitution in the 78th minute. So just over 10 minutes left for Central FC to address this situation. They'll have a free kick here. Kwame Huyu is over it. Delivers. It's a good looking ball. The heads go up. That looks suspiciously like a handball. Referee Peru says no though, and it's pumped forward by Samuel. Laborde gives chase. He escapes his man. He's in here with a chance. Laborde arriving now is Belgrave. It's a bit behind him. He gets a second chance. Remember, he's on a hat trick with that time, unable to put it away. Laborde unselfishly squared it for his front partner, Belgrave. Central FC let off the hook.
Yeah, they're both on a hat trick of sorts. Laborde on 2 assists. Trying to find Belgrave for his third. It's a good cross just behind him. Doesn't get the right contact. Aberdeen would be glad to see that go over his bar.
Really was an opportunity for Real Westford to perhaps just knock a bit of wind out of Central FC. They've tried to build more momentum. They've made some substitutions. And a goal then perhaps would have deflated those aspirations, but it's still within reach in the 80th minute. Karen Cummings, though, spraying a good ball out to Donald. Kazim Donald gives chase. He'll square his man up, gets past him. Has options across pitch. Can't pick one out though, and it's Central FC coming forward. This is Miguel Williams to Romario Burke. Gets it back now, Williams. He can stride forward. He's asking Samuel to do some defensive work and then trying to get Burke going. It's cleared away. So, entering the final 10 minutes now, Central FC would need to perhaps be a bit more composed as they search and not become too frantic in search of something that could equalize this match.
Certainly the bench looking very calm. Faces probably belying all the thoughts and emotions going through their minds right now. As Dowden just lends aid to his teammate. Cummings comes across to help pump out what looks to be a cramp.
From past experiences, Jovan, I can tell you that's no cramp. As the player returns to his feet, there's Kwao. And the way that he buckled when he was struck that time, I can tell you it was in the unmentionables.
We've all been there.
This is a cross coming in for Real Westford from Samuel. Central FC's defense gets it away only partially. It's with Cummings now. Plays a reverse pass to Dowden. Samuel. Good ball in. Laborde. Boy, has he worked really hard for something today. He has 2 assists, as you mentioned, but I'd say he deserves to hit the back of the net. That time, his diving header flashing wide.
Yeah, you wouldn't grudge him a goal at this point of the match. 82nd minute, striving, and here he is again with Belgrave for company. Rolls it for Cummings. The board fighting to get back onto this ball. Eventually gets it. Doesn't win a free kick. He'll take a minute just to compose himself.
Really beautiful images as we look at the Arima skyline with the Arima General Hospital in the background. Saturday evening action in the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago. The skies have really held up. We anticipated a lot of rain by the looks of it on arrival here this afternoon, earlier today, but so far, so good. That's more than can be said for Laborde, as it seems he has some affliction or the other. Points to his wrist. Not there, Trevor Nottingham, the assistant coach of Central FC, just having a cordial discussion, I would imagine, with fourth official Jassy McDonald. Of course, Trevor himself certainly accustomed to the protocols of the technical area. Former W Connection goalkeeper. Central FC now, the situation is a bit more urgent than their passing might suggest. Trying to play themselves out, but they give it right back and then get it right back. 85th minute now.
Central didn't want to lull themselves into complacency. They have to remember that they're a goal behind. 2 can get them a valuable 3 points. 1 can get them a share, just like the last time they met. Right here at the Arima Velodrome. But they really have to focus, buckle down in these dying moments of this match. This ball is in from Cummings. To Laborde again. It's a handball. Go the other way. Cummings, of course, got us started. That assist from Laborde. First goal of this match. It's been a long way from there. Been 4 others since then. This is Huyu. Just misses out. Donald
Justin, 1, 2, 3.
There's Pest Cummings. Back to Donald. He has options. Doesn't find Belgrave. Your guess is as good as mine where that free kick came from. Laborde just to relax with that flick.
Yeah, I think at this stage it would serve Real Westford United better to manage this game, see it out. They currently lead, albeit marginally. And it's giveaways like these that can just turn into something else.
Yeah, it just takes the right player in the right mood to overturn what could be a good result for Westford. Patience shown by Dwayne Thomas, doing what he's supposed to do in this kind of situation. Hope for cooler heads throughout this Westford team as far as they're concerned. That time not cool enough. It's a free kick.
So this is going to be a free kick for Central FC, just into their own half. The referee asked Hugh Yu to hold up. We get the okay now and sends this one up towards the penalty area. It's still alive. And then Donald steps in to assist. Finally put away by Dowden, and this is Cummings now trying to spring Belgrave. Unsuccessful. Central FC, but that's a poor touch. Dowden does well to get it back to Thomas. Cornel Thomas flicks it out towards Pest, and this is the man you'd want to have possession in the 88th minute of a match with a 1-0 lead, or 1-goal lead rather. And this is Laborde down though, still trying to find something, someone across the penalty area, that time unsuccessful. So he's really labored for his spoils here today. Good ball there by Karen Cummings to Donald. Gets it out to Creed. Cummings still around. Play across in. Trying to pick out Belgrave. Keely Thompson gets it away from the Central FC goal. Nearing the end of this one, I think it's almost safe to say that Real Westford United has the result in the bag. Of course, you never know how this game can turn out.
Anything can happen, as we see 3 minutes being prepared by the fourth official. Show that soon enough as we enter the 89th minute. 90th minute of play, really. Central have to dig deep for this. Could this be their opportunity? Bit of samba there. Coming to nothing. You'd have to think that at this point, if Real Westford do what they're supposed to do in these kind of situations, that they can take these 3 points home. It will be their second win in a row. Second win of the second round. Similar margin. They beat AC P.O.S. 3-2 last weekend.
Yeah, 2 wins on the bounce to start this round certainly will do the Professor Ron Laffery and his lads a world of good. Certainly, especially in the manner in which they were able to come back in this one. They led through Karen Cummings in the 15th minute, but then trailed at halftime 2-1, courtesy goals for Central FC by Leonardo da Costa in the 18th minute, and then by Romario Burke in the 30th. Inspired substitutions by the Professor, so Elijah Belgrave introduced in the 37th minute, and Belgrave is the man with a double in the 52nd and 62nd. Could all be undone here, though. It is undone, as that man Miguel Williams finds himself in an advanced position and lays it on a platter for the substitute Angelo Williams to bring Central FC back on level terms, 3 goals apiece. And just as we were making the point earlier You never know what can happen. Here's Williams. He was on his bike and just laid it across for Williams, his namesake, Angelo Williams. Smashes it high into the net. And he looks to have stolen a point here in this one for Central FC. Central FC 3, Real Westport United 3 into the second minute of 3 additional at the end of this 90 here at the Arima Velodrome. It's the Ascension Tournament. Real Westport United will take a direct approach. Here's Belgrave. He's made quite some distance. Can't hold on to it, however, and Central FC get it clear. This is Creed. Brendan Creed pumps it forward. Rising high as that time is Faria. It's with Cummings now. He'll play it back up towards Belgrave. Dowden. Jarick Williams gets his foot on it for Central FC. And then Hugh completes the clearance. It's going to be an interesting final minute or so of these additional. As Angelo Williams has a shy from distance, and why not again, he only moments ago got the equalizer for Central FC, bringing the score to its current position, 3 goals all. So why not have a crack and seek to make yourself a true hero in the latter stages of this one. Just about 30 seconds remaining. Central FC, though, trying to smash and grab, as they say. That time, though, Williams couldn't keep it in play. It's going to be a throw-in. And I suspect that's the way the cookie will crumble in this one. The first of this evening's Ascension Tournament doubleheader. A disappointed man there, Dwayne Thomas, beaten for a 3rd time. And Real Westport United see all 3 points taken away. Instead, they'll share 1 each with Central FC. On final chance, this is Cordell Samuel asking Belgrave to show some interest. He does, and can't get the better of Fikile Thompson, though. And this is Miguel Williams again, the provider of that goal we saw moments earlier. Real Westport United still trying to make something happen. This is Laborde. He's had a good game, 2 assists. Pushes it out wide to Creed. Creed will play it forward to Donald, Kazim Donald. Faria bites into the tackle. Already the 3 minutes additional have expired. Referee Marlon Peruz has a look. Is there just enough time for this throw-in? Faria remains down, and referee Peruz tells him to get to his feet. Meanwhile, across in the penalty area, another Central FC player is down. This looks to be one of these substitutes. And one would suspect that referee Peruz will blow this off at any moment as we are now almost, or more than a minute, almost 2 minutes over the 3 minutes additional. The player down there, Miguel Williams, receiving treatment. Referee Peruz whistles now for play to continue, or whatever remains of it at least. Real Westport United with the throw-in. Belgrave is the man. He'll expectedly go long. The type of run-up he's attempting. He's not even in the frame, and here he is now. Gets this one all the way into the area. It's with Akel Thomas now, and Central FC break away. Samson. Thomas recovers well. Samuel now plays it ahead. Ball Pest. Good cross in. Laborde could have his reward. Doesn't. He just can't bring it down, and Central FC get it away. This is Jarick Williams. But not before referee Peruz delivers the final whistle to end this one. A really exciting affair here at the Arima Velodrome. It sees Central FC back from the dead to steal a point off of Real Westport United. Central FC 3, Real Westport United 3 at full time. It was a match not short on chances, certainly not short on goals. 6 of them shared evenly between these two teams. We saw Real Westfort United getting the first of them. Laborde on a platter to Kieran Pest Cummings. He couldn't make a mistake from there. 1-0 in the 15th minute. Central FC came roaring back though. Good delivery into and onto the head of Leonardo da Costa in the 18th to make it 1-1. Then Romario Berg with the Westfort United goalkeeper Dwayne Thomas at sea, able to make it 2-1 to Central FC. That's the way they went in at halftime. But then here was Elijah Belgrave with a fantastic finish at the start of the second half to restore parity for Real Westfort United. That goal scored in the 51st minute. And here he was again, receiving the pass from Laborde, his second assist, and just placing it neatly into the far pocket. Belgrave, he was asking for it, he knew what he wanted to do, and executed perfectly. He's still looking for the hat-trick, Belgrave. He had more than one opportunity to get it. But with Real Westfort United leading 3-2 at this stage, they certainly looked favored to increase that lead with increasing probability. That time Laborde trying to flick on and goes down in the box. No penalty, says referee Peruz. Laborde continued to search and continued to try to be a provider, unselfishly laying that one back for Belgrave. He couldn't get the purchase required though. Real Westfort United couldn't get the goal that would have certainly knocked the sails out of Central FC. It allowed them to arrive at this moment. Miguel Williams with good work to isolate his man and get by him on the far side, and then delivered it to his namesake Angelo Williams. He placed it high into the net. Rather, that's Dorian Sampson with the goal that equalized things at 3-2. And that man, Elijah Belgrave, for all of his hard work, he and his Real Westport United teammates would come away with only a point from this one here at the Arima Velodrome. That was game one of this afternoon's double-header in the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago. Central FC 3, Real Westport United 3. We are getting ready for the second match of this afternoon's double-header, which will see Central Soccer World taking on AC Port of Spain. But before that, we'll also have reactions from this match. Jovan Rovello will seek to get into the minds of some of the protagonists to what we just witnessed in the first match of this Ascension Tournament Saturday afternoon fixture. So it was a match that delivered on all that it promised at the start. Of course, in the first round, these two teams met and also delivered a draw that time. Central FC coming from 2 goals down to seal a point at 2-2 at the end of 90 minutes. This time, they were also behind twice in the match and showing the required character to equalize at the very death to earn a 3-3 result. And of course, as mentioned, Jovan Rovello will seek to get into the minds of some of those that were central to the plot of this earlier fixture.
Here with assistant coach of Real Westport, Gordon Pierre. Gordon, can you tell me how you felt about today's match?
Well, it came like deja vu. You know, we led this team 2-0 in the first round, and they came back and draw 2-2. And today again, we were leading 3-2 and came back and scored almost in the last minute. I think it's something that we had to go back to the drawing board about. Our team has a mode of operandi thus far. We concede goals early and concede goals late. So we have to go back to the drawing board, and hopefully we'll be seeing Real Westport coming back.
On the topic of goal concession, you only have had 2 clean sheets this tournament. Is that the main downfall of the Real Westport course?
Yeah, well, definitely. I did some work with the defenders, but of course, you know, when you play under Professor Ron Lafrey, it's all about attack. But we definitely have to go and do something as a defensive, as a team, as we look to keep some clean sheets and, of course, get some points as we look to go up the standings.
Right, thank you for your thoughts, Gordon Pay, assistant coach of Real Westford.
You're welcome.
So certainly Gordon Pear, the assistant coach of Real Westford United, not at all pleased with the result and making mention of the need to tighten up defensively as Real Westford United continues in this competition. They'll have their next match against third-placed Police FC next weekend. And definitely they would hope to address those issues by that time. We're getting ready to hear from Central FC, the team that certainly would feel as though they have a victory in this one with that 3-3 result sealed at the very end. Let's go to Jovan Ravello pitch side.
We're here with the Central FC head coach, Ross Russell. Can you tell me how you feel about this? You have a big smile on your face this evening.
No, well, I'm not studying the result really. I'm studying the way how the guys play. I think we had a decent first half, just like we had with Terminex. But I know we come in, but a draw is good for me right now because after losing about 3-4 games on the trot, a draw is really good.
How do you push on from this draw?
No, well, I studying the performance of the guys. I know studying the draw. We will win on the trot. We'll upset some guys coming wrong, but the performance is why I'm taking care of right now.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Coach Ross Russell of Central FC.
Thank you very much.
The very suave looking Ross Russell, senior, and of course taking heart in the way that his players certainly exposed the Real Westford team today and certainly dug deep to get the result 3-3 at the end of 90 minutes. It could have been so much different for Real Westford United. Certainly their player of the match, Elijah Belgrave, would feel as though he could have gotten a hat-trick and perhaps even secured. Let's hear his thoughts with Jovan Ravello.
A first half sub with 2 goals to his name. Josimar Belgrave is tonight's man of the match from this first match. Can you tell me how do you feel about your performance today?
Well, first of all, I thankful for my performance on behalf of myself. I think me to still be able to apply my trade at this age.
That's 3-2, and as a veteran, how does that help you with the leadership of this Westford team?
Well, my role in this Westford team is basically to teach. Because basically I is / assistant coach / player. So my role is basically to show the younger guys, how to move forward, how it's done. If they feel that I can't do it, here we go.
Congratulations. Man of the match, Josimar Belgrave. Thank you very much.
No problem.
And that's it from the first match in this doubleheader at the Arima Velodrome. We have 2 Central teams versus 2 Port of Spain teams. First match ended 3-3. It was an incredible goal fest. Wonderful goals from both teams. Great decision making in the end. A lot of good moxie from the Central team to come back against the odds. Real Westford would be disappointed to have let those 3 points waste. We're going to flip around now until into the second match. We're going to speak with the captains from the other team after this break.
it's fun and good cheer. Ooh, enjoy every scoop. Ooh, every taste will get you hooked. We have flavors that you love, a combination special. Come along, enjoy our treats. This is Uncle Pete's.
The fact that they ask the questions, those challenging questions that no other media house would ask. To, shed light on those things that are in the dark, those stories that no one else wants to cover.
I grew up reading The Guardian, actually. It's a household name.
About The Guardian, one thing that I like, the human interest stories have increased.
See the investigative pieces on the human trafficking. I find that very interesting.
You go more in depth.
On sports, especially local sports, and that's one of my highlights for The Guardian.
Yeah, I read in Guardian, The Guardian started coming out, started working. I was a newspaper man.
Could the stories that are being covered are well detailed and you get more facts.
At this point in time, I really like the Spanish section. I'm glad I like it. Like to know everything, what is going on with us.
Also, I think the editorials, I think they're doing a good job on their speaking the truths, and they're challenging the government to make things better.
Me in particular, of recently, the last 2-3 months, I've been reading The Guardian. I'm seeing a lot of news about the neighborhoods and the communities, and I even saw my community featured, and I was proud.
Oh, The Guardian.
The Guardian?
Guardian.
Trinidad Guardian.
The Guardian.
The Guardian.
Trinidad Guardian. The Guardian is my first choice.
What is television? It seems like a simple question, but television means different things to different people. We in the Caribbean are very unique people. That's why we need unique television. Welcome to M&E TV, where we showcase our lives in the Caribbean. M&E TV is about us, the special way we talk, the way we walk, dance, move. M&E TV is about me. It's about you. M&E TV is about our amazing Caribbean experience.
Welcome back to the Arima Velodrome. We are getting ready for Game 2 of this afternoon's doubleheader. Saturday afternoon action in the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago will see Central Soccer World against AC Port of Spain in just a few moments. We spoke with representatives on either side of the divide earlier, and here's how they will approach this afternoon's encounter.
In the last 5 minutes, so we are trying to do better than what we did in the last game and walk away with the 3 points.
Okay, best of luck. Captain for CSW, Ryan Frederick.
Yeah, thanks.
We're here with Sean Del Augustus of AC Port of Spain. How do you feel about this evening's match against CSW?
Well, me and the boys, we are a bit focused because we had a difficult loss against, our last game was against Real Westford. So, we just try to be focused. We trained hard this week and we're ready mentally and physically focused for this game.
How do you recover from such a loss against a team like Westford?
To me, it was a mental strain because we had a really good game. The boys played well. It's just some sloppy mistakes in the back, but you know, mentally we just trying to stay focused and, you know, keep our mind on this game and not let the last game get in our heads.
Right. Thank you very much, Sean Augustus,
Yeah,
AC P.O.S. Spain.
So there we heard from Ryan Fredericks, of the captain of Central Soccer World, and of course Central Soccer World will have him as their point man today. He'll lead the line alongside Leroy Wiley and David Maloney, who had a fantastic match last weekend. Joint man of the match against Police FC, a 3-1 win at the St. James Barracks, alongside Theophilus Bourne, who's back in the starting lineup again this evening. Philip John and Jason Joseph will anchor the midfield, while across the back they'll play Nathan Cador as left back, Tyreek Andrews left centre back, Trevon Mitchell at the right side of the centre of the defence, and of course on the right wing back position Simon Joseph. Keston Guy is in goal for Central Soccer World. For AC Port of Spain, they are coming off back-to-back defeats and will hope that this starting lineup will be able to address those issues. In goal, Jadel Poon-Lewis. Malik Meirez returns to the centre of defence alongside Maurice Ford. Kareem Eastman is the left wing-back, and Cian Thomas comes in this week at right wing-back. Anthony Charles will partner Michel Punanjaran in the midfield. Of course, up top, a front three. Kyle Bartholomew is into the starting lineup, and Cedale McLean is on the left side, either side of Shondell Augustus. That's how they'll line up for, and of course Shea Benny at the number 10 position. That's how Central FC will approach this one. And of course we're getting ready for kickoff as we see the captains, opposing captains, taking final instructions from referee Keelan Bacchus. AC Port of Spain is decked in all yellow for this afternoon's affair. Central Soccer World in black with that red trim. Keelan Bacchus will be assisted by some popular names. Dennis Changia is the fourth official. It's Ascension Tournament action here from the Arima Velodrome. Game 2 of today's doubleheader. AC Port of Spain taking on Central Soccer World. The last time these two teams met also resulted in a 2-all draw, as we saw in the earlier fixture, or the earlier reverse fixture between the first two teams to grace the field here today. We could see Nicholas Dillon also back on the bench after recent stints with the Trinidad and Tobago senior national team. Head coach Angus Eve opted not to travel with the big and burly frontman for Central Soccer World. He was absent last weekend in that really morale-boosting win over Police FC, but he's back now, having not traveled to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where Trinidad and Tobago defeated that country yesterday handsomely, 2-0. Goals scored by Neville Hackshaw and Levi Garcia. Jovan Rovello is back in the commentary booth. Jovan, what do you expect of this afternoon's affair as we anticipate kickoff?
I expect these teams to play in the same vein. As we saw before, there was a good marker put down in the first match between Central and Westford. CSW is on a bit of a rip, so expect them to start very quickly. Against an AC P.O.S. team that can certainly grow in confidence as the match goes along.
Yeah, and they've certainly want to address what has been a turn of fortune for them in this competition. AC Port of Spain, they started this round with another defeat. Back-to-back defeats, but here we see the attack. Shouts go up for handball. Central Soccer World, though, will not be further punished by referee Bacchus. Of course, one of the changes by AC Port of Spain sees Nikhil Stevens return to the substitutes bench. Last weekend, he was on in place of Michel Punanjaran, who was out with COVID-19. Here he is now on the ball. Punanjaran goes into the tackle. Central FC have it now with Sion Thomas. Malik Mires gets it forward, and it's going to be with Tyreek Andrews now. Lets it run all the way through to goalkeeper Guy. Here comes Central Soccer World with a ball that's asking a bit too much of Leroy Wiley. It's going to be a throw-in on that far side for AC Port of Spain. Kareem Eastman. So already this game seems to have a bit of bite to it. It's going to be, I anticipate, a really physical one. The man there, Simon Joseph, a late addition to this Central Soccer World team, in for Andre Nicholas, who was intended to start. Central Soccer World into a forced change before kickoff. Joseph will have it all to do against Sadil McLean and Kyle Bartholomew, who we anticipate will be interchanging along that left-hand side for AC Port of Spain. Meanwhile, though, here's Jason Joseph. He'll play this ball in towards Frederick. It seemed to surprise him. Benny gets it out wide to Thomas, and this is McLean now. McLean gets it back to Benny. This is good space for the Trinidad and Tobago midfielder. McLean on the overlap. Instead, Benny ups to try to spring Kyle Bartholomew and can't. CSW have it now, but they give it back. Anthony Simple Charles. Punanjaran. Eastman will give it to Bartholomew now, and it's back with Punanjaran. Steps into the space ahead of him. Bartholomew to Charles. That's a sloppy pass, asking Eastman to retrieve. Keeps it in play and plays it all the way back to his goalkeeper, Jadel Poon Lewis. Support on this right-hand side in the form of Mires. Sion Thomas just moves inside of his man and plays it wider to Bartholomew. Steps inside now, Bartholomew gets it back to Sion. He lets it run to McLean. Sion Thomas makes the overlap. On the inside, though, is Augustus. Augustus gets it. Augustus scores. And just like that, it's 1-0 to AC Port of Spain in just the 5th minute of play. Neat build-up from the men in yellow, and Augustus seemed to have scuffed the shot, but got just enough on it to beat Keston Guy in goal for Central Soccer World.
Yeah, bucking against the trend. AC P.O.S. rolling in the opener in this 5th minute. Excellent build-up, McLean involved. The finish, that man beautifully into the far post. The keeper could only watch and stare. It's 1-0 to AC P.O.S.
Yeah, certainly you did anticipate that there might be an early goal in this one. Shondell Augustus delivering that time to give the advantage to AC Port of Spain. Here they come again with Bartholomew on that far side. He'll run against Simon Joseph. It just runs away from him, but Michel Punanjaran will pick it up just outside of the Central Soccer World 18-yard area. It comes eventually now to Sadil McLean. Charles to Benny. Good hustle there from Wiley. Then a mix-up between himself and Maloney. Punanjaran clips it out to the goal scorer, Augustus. Gets it back now, Michel Punanjaran. Gets it back to Augustus. Augustus trying to open up a shot. Good defending there by the Central Soccer World pair. Play this one into Maloney. It's a wayward pass. Cut out by Charles. Central Soccer World on the front foot. And Augustus just trying to be unselfish that time. Perhaps he needed to be. But they'll have it back here now, AC Port of Spain. It's with Jason Joseph for CSW. Given away again, so not really taking care of possession. Central Soccer World. And the more you allow this AC P.O.S. midfield to stroke it around, the more susceptible you are to the likes of Che Benny. Can certainly make something happen out of nothing. That time the fancy no-look pass to Augustus. Cian Thomas now will whip across in, asking Bartholomew to get onto the end of it, just ahead of the left winger cutting inside.
Yeah, great ball there off the right wing. From the right back. Just ahead of the man in the box.
Yeah, Kyle Bartholomew that time arriving just a bit late. But certainly he'll be encouraged to continue to find himself making that kind of run. If the crosses are as delicious as that one served in by Thomas. This is Malik Mirez taking it from his goalkeeper, Poon Lewis, who gets it back now. You look further afield. Sprays this one out. A good pass to Bartholomew, or rather to Kador. Bartholomew trying to unlock the CSW defense one more time. It's cleared away though by the big man Tyreek Andrews. Out for a throw-in on the far side for AC Port of Spain. Che Benny goes after it. So AC Port of Spain throw in. Possession turned over. This is Theophilus Bourne now to Frederick. Ball forward is looking for Maloney. Does well. Tripped up. No foul, says referee Bacchus. And Port of Spain will bring it forward. So almost as though Jason Joseph played a return pass that time to McLean. McLean will bring out open his old bag of tricks. Asking Augustus to try to pick it off of Andrews. But he can't, and it's a goal kick to Central Soccer World.
Yeah, CSW would be very disappointed to have conceded so early in this match, given the kind of momentum that they've had at the end of the first round and coming into the second round. You heard it mentioned earlier, that huge win over Police FC. Their first defeat at the Barracks. Augustus will want to marshal his troops against a very dangerous AC P.O.S. midfield. Need to keep them contained, as you mentioned earlier. Can't allow them too much ease. They're certainly pressing very high against the CSW team. See how they can keep up this momentum and pressure that they've begun with.
This is Augustus, shrugs his man off and is trying to drive home. Seen off though for what he thought was a corner kick. The assistant referee indicates though that it's going to be a goal kick instead. Nice spread of supporters and spectators here at the Marina Velodrome. The members of one of the previous teams decked off in their fuchsia, Real Westfort United, following a 3-3 draw against Central FC.
they don't look as disappointed as I would have been, having left 2 points on the pitch. But you can't dwell on these things. Still have opportunities to improve their position on the Ascension tournament table. As AC P.O.S. continues to try to improve against one of the form teams in the tournament right now. It's an offside called on the far side. So the Poonanjarans free kick. Taken quickly into the defense.
Yeah, I think Real Westfort United certainly in that earlier encounter would have let it slip. As you can see, this AC Port of Spain team now is currently just ahead of them, just behind them rather, in 8th position. With the right result today, although they already trail against Central Soccer World, or rather they lead, so with the right result today, they can advance their cause. AC Port of Spain currently 8th on 9 points. Here they are in search of more. Benny gets the short corner kick from Bartholomew, swings it in, but Keston Guy rises and claims for Central Soccer World and attempts to get them going. This is a good ball forward toward Maloney. Good strength. Wins the throw-in off of Eastman. It's good to see Maloney again back in the starting lineup. He was on the verge of a potentially very bad injury with a nasty fall against Police FC last weekend. He was able to recover and played most of the match. So it's really good to see that he's playing from the start again this afternoon. Good distribution from Poon Lewis to McLean. This is a good ball cut out by Andrews. Good idea rather. He's back with McLean. His dancing shoes are on, just not on the same wavelength that time with Benny.
He has another chance here. Sadil McLean, one of the leaders in this AC P.O.S. team, popped up with a hat-trick in one of their previous wins against Maruga FC.
Keston Guy's troubles with distribution continue, and this time he is strung up Kyle Bartholomew from a really loose clearance by Keston Guy. One touch to bring it down, another to settle it, and the third was magical to beat Keston Guy from quite some distance.
Yeah, and the first man to him was Che Benny, who scored from similar range. His finish may have had a bit more premeditation in it. This one was a gift. Poor clearance and bang, right back in it. Pass Guy. No chance for the keeper, and it's his own fault.
I can look at this all night long. Bartholomew, here he is again, looking to get on the front foot for AC Port of Spain, leading 2-0 after 15 minutes here at the Arima Velodrome.
Yeah, it's not gone the way that CSW would have expected it to. Last time these two teams met was a 2-0, 2-all draw. So you'll have to keep your eyes on this match. But 2 goals to the good AC P.O.S. enjoying their football.
Yeah, from the looks of it, they've play here this evening. Philip had come from an offside position to win that header. The man on screen, Jadal Poon Lewis. Certainly underworked so far. by my standards, he'll say differently.
I think by his own as well. And he'll be quite happy if his evening continues in this vein. His opposite number.
So this is better from Central Soccer World. Good passage of play. It's with Wiley now. He wins a throw-in on the far side off of Kareem Eastman. We saw the required patience that time, playing it out from a potentially tricky situation. Jason Joseph stringing the passes around, switching the point of attack. And here they are now with a throw-in. Maloney gets it back to Simon Joseph. This is Wiley. Wiley on the turn, delivers the cross. It's too much on it for Bourne, who tracks it down now though. Gets it all the way back to Cador. He'll size up another cross, but can't beat the shortest man on the pitch, Michel Punandron. And here come AC P.O.S. Spain on the attack. Sidel McLean has to chase. Tyreek Andrews is a big boy. And that time using every bit of his strength and experience to flip the script, so to speak, and win a throw-in off of McLean.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup between those two. We've seen McLean showing good intention as the physio trucks across to tend to Trevon Mitchell.
We saw his teammate Simon Joseph giving the signal for a substitution. Whether that was a premature decision, I think the final one will rest with the Central Soccer World technical staff. But it doesn't look too good for Mitchell. Seems to certainly be favoring his right hip.
CSW has shown warrior spirit throughout this tournament. We won't want to exit this early in the match, although we did see an early exit that turned into almost a goal winner in the previous match.
Yeah, Elijah Belgrave coming on in the 37th minute and certainly delivering for Ron Lafayette, the professor. Thought he had the game winner, but Central FC stole it late. 3-all draw in this one. This one, though, currently happening. Josimar Belgrave, rather. His brother Elijah plays for Police FC. But in this one, 2-0, comfortable lead for AC Port of Spain. Their goals in the 5th minute scored by Sean Del Augustus, and then in the 15th minute, Kyle Bartholomew with certainly the goal of the day so far.
I'm sure Mr. Belgrave has a couple ideas of 2 other candidates. It's certainly a very good finish. Almost inch perfect.
This man has been quite active for AC Port of Spain, Kyle Bartholomew. This time he earns them a free kick just at the edge of the CSW penalty area. It's being lined up by Che Benny, and boy oh boy, would Keston Guy want to get his wall expertly positioned when a man like Che Benny stands over it. He's already been embarrassed for the day and would certainly not want to be here again. Che Benny gets the whip. You could see that he was trying to get that one over the wall and then down. And if he's to go on to have any more from that sort of position, definitely he'll continue to favor himself.
Yeah, he scored a free kick on the other end in that 3-2 loss to Westford. And banged it against the post. Crossbar from the penalty spot. The services aren't required just yet. AC P.O.S. with a relatively comfortable lead at this point in the match. Let's take a look at the CSW bench. Changes imminent.
Yeah, Trevon Mitchell certainly is done. He had a really gingerly walk over to the bench from that far side as we see Che Benny drills in this corner kick onto the head of Augustus. Just can't direct it on goal. And that was a good opportunity again for AC Port of Spain, but to the point being made earlier, Trevon Mitchell's evening is done. He'll be replaced shortly, and it looks to be being readied for Central Soccer World. Strangely enough, a number 9, Simon Joseph, or rather no, the player Abraham Phillip. So Trevon Mitchell, a central defender, is being replaced by a number 9. We've seen stranger things happen, Jovan. But this number 9 will slot into the center of the CSW defense. He'll be immediately called into question had Che Benny been able to pick a pass. He wins it off of John Phillip now. Tries to slip Augustus through. And a good interception by the man Justin, the substitute Abraham Phillip. Meanwhile, this is a good ball in by Ryan Frederick, taken care of by Jadel Poon-Lewis, who bowls it out to Mirez. Mirez brings it over the half line, plays it to Augustus. He's being hounded by Cador. The CSW bench go up in unison, asking for a free kick to be given. Or rather, they were asking for a throw-in last off of Augustus. They don't get it. It's going to be Cian Thomas for AC Port of Spain. Good cross from McLean. Nobody's home though, and CSW make a mess of the clearance, and Che Benny brings a good save, a fumbling one that out of Keston Guy. For a moment, his heart would have been in his throat.
Yeah, he didn't want to be putting on a juggling act in his 6-yard box. Eventually got it under control and cleared. Here's Poonanjaran. Good exchange with Dave McLean.
Here's Bartholomew trying to link up with Augustus, the two AC Port of Spain goal scorers. As we have another look at this Che Benny chance all along the ground, a grass cutter as they call it. The guy pushed it into the air and then had to juggle it. Luckily, Tyreek Andrews was also present. I don't think that would have gone in.
Seen stranger things happen. After his earlier gaff, Guy won't want to have another moment like that on the highlight reel.
So approaching half an hour gone in the first half of this second match of this afternoon's Ascension Tournament doubleheader. AC Port of Spain cruising, one would say. It's a 2-0 lead, but Central Soccer will look to address that now. It's with Bourne. Wider of him is Nathan Cador. This is a good ball in. Good header. Ryan Frederick rising at the far post. Gets over it, but can't put it on target. Meanwhile, there seems to be another head injury on the field. The player down. It appears to be Mirez for AC Port of Spain. He's being treated now. As we see the CSW with a bit of an inquest into what happened there, leading to Ryan Fredericks' missed header.
Yeah, Frederick in the right place at the right time, but just not getting the right contact to cut this AC P.O.S. lead. Mirez seems to be okay.
So this is a AC Port of Spain goal kick. As we get another look at Mirez, just ensuring that he's not bleeding. He seems to be okay, fit and ready to return to play. By the time he does return, it could be 3-0 to AC Port of Spain. Boy, oh boy, is Kyle Bartholomew in the mood. And certainly very alert to the, at times, ill positioning of Keston Guy, that time looking to exploit it. Did everything right, just an inch or two to the left of the upright, and we might have seen a candidate for goal of the game.
Another one
against
from
himself.
Yeah, right. Another one from Kyle Bartholomew. A good one-time finish, just over the top on the half volley. He really has had the beating of Guy so far. The Central Soccer World keeper won't want to see him anytime soon, barreling toward his area. This ball goes to no one in particular, and out for a CSW throw.
Bartholomew accepts responsibility, as there seemed to be a mix-up there, a lack of communication between himself and Kareem Eastman as to who should go after that ball. Then it results in a throw-in for AC Port of Spain. They've since resumed, and another player is down. Anthony Charles, it seems, the man they call Simple, the captain of this AC Port of Spain team, rises to his feet again now. Maurice Ford to Charles, and on the outside of him is Ian Thomas, and ahead of him is McLean, always a willing runner. That time his cross not as accurate as he would have liked, but it's still alive for AC Port of Spain before it's eventually cut out. He's retained possession though. Maurice Ford into Benny. Here's Mirez. All the way over on the right side, he's popped up Mirez. On the left side, rather. He's playing on the right side of the center of defense. The ball eventually makes its way over to this right side now. It's with Thomas and McLean. Simple, Charles. Angeron now. He has options to his right. One of them is McLean. A good rhythm to this AC Port of Spain side currently. Good passing, good firm, crisp passing. They're being forced back though.
What they're essentially doing is sucking all the impetus out of Central Soccer World. The less they have of the ball, the more frustrated they can become. They're chasing a 2-goal deficit and chasing here again. Just not good enough. That ball goes into touch. very expert football, very good early game management from AC P.O.S. They're expressing themselves the way that they want to and showing a degree of comfort that will cause discomfort for their opponents.
Yeah, definitely they do seem to have a firm grip on proceedings here, and that passage of passing was evidence of that. As we see the work there of Gabriel Nagy ahead of this goal kick by Jadel Poon Lewis. Bartholomew is seeking and searching. Eventually it goes out for a throw into Central Soccer World. Nathan Cador to David Maloney, another player who hasn't had much of an impact so far. Here he is again, Maloney. Wrestling his way through and then gets the shot off. But he screws it, splices at it, and it's harmless in the end.
Yeah, bullish stuff there from Maloney to get past two AC P.O.S. defenders. His final touch left much to be desired, but it's the kind of thing that you need to see from them. They have to break up this AC P.O.S. rhythm. They're controlling the flow of this match to a degree that they weren't doing earlier in this season, so it's good to see some development in the way that they've played. CSW won't be too pleased with these developments, though. Here's Che Benny looking for Bartholomew. Guy is very alert to the threat posed by the AC P.O.S. goal scorer.
Yeah, that time he was right on spot to claim Che Benny's inventive pass. AC P.O.S. win it back. This is Punanjaron. Bartholomew now. He has Eastman in support. Benny wants a taste. He won't get it, not just yet anyway. Punanjaron finds Benny now. He has space and he has support in Sion Thomas. He'll look to play an early cross in. Guy that time able to scoop it up. Rolls this one out to Tyreek Andrews. Ryan Frederick jumps quite deep again, so he's finding himself further and further away from his strike partner in David Maloney. Having to do so in order to cause some kind of disruption. But here he is now on the drive. On the outside is Cador. Cador inside to Maloney now, and then again, Bourne had wanted it played in front of him. And it's a giveaway. A lot of room on this right-hand side for McLean. Uses it to get past the substitute and then can't deliver on the cross. So again, AC Port of Spain seeming to find it quite easy in this first half, as that time McLean demonstrated.
Yes, Dale McLean, if he gets one of these right, it's potentially goal-scoring threat from the crosses. A couple times he's had the beating of his man on the right side.
Here's Cador coming forward for Central Soccer World. Tries to pick out Bourne. Mirez steps across. Better this by Central Soccer World. With more patience. Tyreek Andrews now has it. Wiley comes in support. Wiley and Frederick, this is good. Frederick. Simon Joseph now. Cross is blocked and it comes back out to Philip. He'll have a crack. Charge down and AC Port of Spain look to come forward. It's one back by Jason Joseph and then one back again by AC Port of Spain. Che Benny. McLean is on the run. Gets it now. What a ball. This is Sadale McLean. He's in. He should make it 3. He should have made it 3. In the end, unable to even draw a save out of Keston Guy. As the Arima Velo-Jones spectatorship remonstrates with McLean, usually clinical from that kind of chance.
Yeah, even the neutrals had their hands on their heads. Excellent ball from Che Benny to release Sadale McLean. Did speak about his goal scoring exploits in the first round. Just not finding the target on that occasion. This is a shot from distance, a sign of the futility with which Central Soccer will have faced against AC Port of Spain. This is Thomas.
Angeron now trying to pull the string. This is a decent looking ball. Asking Augustus to go after it, but Guy was alert. And well shielded by Tyreek Andrews as well. A player is down. Cador. Yes. Making some checks to the back of the leg there, the hamstring, it seems as though it was may have been a pull. Doesn't seem to be in any amount of pain, but certainly when you feel a twinge, it's best to take the necessary course of action.
Yeah, false alarm for the men with the stretcher just below us. Always at the ready. As the local wildlife comes out to look at some football on a Saturday evening. The Ascension tournament really is for everyone.
Birds included.
Come on now.
Meanwhile, here's Jason Joseph and Frederick in tandem pulling the string. John Phillip gets it now. Plays in Maloney, rather Philip John. My apologies. Maloney can't deliver the cross. So it's been a frustrating time of it, 43 minutes or so for Central Soccer World, coming off of the back of 3 wins, including a really enormous performance against Police FC last weekend. They've not been able to put it together this time. It's been a stroll in the velodrome, so to speak, for AC Port of Spain with a 2-0 lead, courtesy goals from Shondell Augustus and Kyle Bartholomew, a spectacular one at that, the second. So it's been pretty comfortable for the team in yellow. That time, though, Mirez unable to pick out McLean down below us. Central Soccer World has just over a minute to try to get something encouraging to take into the break. Don't expect that there'll be too much time added on. Clean now, clears it, but only as far as Joseph. He looks ahead for Wiley. Wiley was trying to get the contact of his man who just left him to lean back on nothing. And AC Port of Spain get it cleared. This latest throw-in on the far side for Central Soccer World, taken by Simon Joseph. Wiley turns his man, and a good tackle. That ball fizzes across Jadal Poon Lewis's goal. As a result of the tackle, it's going to be a throw-in on this near side for Central Soccer World. And fourth official, Dennis Changia, prepares to show us 2 minutes additional to end the first 45. Jovan, thoughts on the progress of this match so far?
Yeah, it certainly caught a fire in the first 15. As early as the 5th, Shondell Augustus with the opener. AC P.O.S, like we've said a couple times, are comfortable since then. Cruising into halftime here with a 2-0 advantage. I thought it was really good football from them, and they've managed the way that they wanted to play this match from start to halftime. We'll see if Central Soccer World can come with some disruptions to that in the second. Certainly we know that on form, and given the performance, which has to be said, it was their performance of the tournament last weekend, that this is a side that shouldn't be counted out, no matter who the opposition is. But AC P.O.S, certainly good value for this advantage. Sadale McLean working tirelessly. He hasn't been able to get that assist. Should have had a goal himself.
So half of the additional 2 minutes played. Central Soccer World trying to find something that will rouse them in this second half, but they'll have to be careful here. Che Benny is on the prowl. Ups against trying to be too ambitious. They'll try to see off the remainder of this time. So we thought Bartholomew was trying to be cheeky. Central Soccer will give it away though. It's with Benny now. Tyreek Andrews will dive in. He has to be careful. Commits the foul. Benny is a really cerebral player, and he knew exactly what he was inviting that time. He wins the free kick. And I suspect that maybe this pending free kick may be the final kick of this first half.
And what an opportunity it is for AC P.O.S to close off this first half. They can find something from this. They'll make the way back certainly more daunting for Central Soccer World. Goalkeeper Guy really needs to be alert to standing over it. One of them is Che Benny. Instead they go the other way, and that is over the bar, and like we said, that is the final kick of this first half. AC P.O.S lead 2-0. Goals from Shondell Augustus and Kyle Bartholomew. This man has been, as usual, very central to their hopes. Che Benny.
Yeah, it was a first half that really didn't ask too much of AC Port of Spain from a defensive standpoint. Central Soccer World will certainly want to shake things up in this next half. This is how it unfolded. Sadale McLean coming forward, playing a good ball into the feet of Shondell Augustus, and the finish was down low to Keston Guy's right. And then we saw Guy with a really terrible distribution here. Good first touch, good second to set himself there by Kyle Bartholomew, and then he lashed it past Guy, who was recovering, scampering to his right. He made the dive but couldn't get a hand on it. He did actually, but couldn't keep it out, and that made it 2-0 in favor of AC Port of Spain with just 15 minutes played in the first half. Che Benny had a good sight from this free kick. Couldn't get it down in time though, and of course Keston Guy let off the hook. Continued to be let off the hook, Guy, including on this occasion, making a double save from Che Benny. Central Soccer World did have the opportunities as well, including this header from Ryan Frederick. Couldn't direct it on goal, and Jadel Poon-Lewis has not had to make a save in this first half at all. Bartholomew continued to be a nuisance, certainly a nightmare for Keston Guy. That time his volley coming off the upright. And of course this one just fizzled out into a number of chances and half chances for either team, including one for Sadale McLean, which he should have buried here, put through on goal by Che Benny, and just couldn't hit the target. could have been a different storyline, but still AC Port of Spain will go into the halftime break the more satisfied of the two teams with a 2-0 lead in this, the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago, strutting, as we just saw that feathered friend there, strutting into the halftime break with a 2-0 lead. We'll take a break here and come back with action in the second half. Stay with us.
The situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't fear God, at least they will fear Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods could impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Ladden's son come here for carnival if you'll interview me.
But how could you defend one shot, one kill?
What? You want me to throw a pillow at him?
I didn't say that.
No, well, if a roach jumps in front of you now, what will you do?
Run.
Oh, Jesus, Lord Father.
Pests bothering you? Call Terminix at 672-5007 or 672-0042 or visit our website at terminix.co.tt for a free quote and consultation. Join our fight against pests.
Lasso Frame Maritime Limited, the best in marina services. Our facilities, security checks ensures that all vehicles are secured. Our newly renovated bathrooms are always kept in a clean working order. Need repairs and maintenance? We have you covered. Our qualified workmen will get the job done. Boat storages, from our marina, you can easily push off for a family sailing trip. Or out fishing with the boys. A fun DDI experience with friends. Boat repairs, secured parking, extensive camera system, boat charters, boat rentals, down the island parties. Contact us at 1-868-634-1653. Lasso Frame Maritime Limited, the best in marina services. Life's better on a boat.
There's a taste in the air everywhere. Feel the vibe cause it's something to share. Smooth, rich and creamy, you'll find it right here. Makes you smile, relax a while, it's fun and good cheer. Combination special. Come along, enjoy your treats. This is Uncle Pete's.
The fact that they ask the questions, those challenging questions that no other media house would ask. So, shed light on those things that are in the dark, those stories that no one else wants to cover.
I grew up reading The Guardian, actually. It's a household name.
About The Guardian, one thing that I like, the human interest stories have increased.
See the investigative pieces on the human trafficking. I find that very interesting.
You go more in depth.
On sports, especially local sports, and that's one of my highlights for The Guardian.
Yeah, I've been in Ghana since The Guardian started coming out, started working. I was a newspaper man.
Could the stories that are being covered are well detailed and you get more facts.
At this point in time, I really like the Spanish section. I'm glad I like it. Like to know everything, what is going on with us.
Also, I think the editorials, I think they're doing a good job and they're speaking the truth, and they're challenging the government to make things better.
Me in particular, of recently, the last 2-3 months, I've been reading The Guardian. I'm seeing a lot of news about the neighborhoods and the communities, and I even saw my community featured, and I was proud.
The Guardian.
The Guardian?
The Guardian.
Trinidad
Guardian.
The Guardian.
The Guardian.
Trinidad Guardian. The Guardian is my first choice.
What is television? It seems like a simple question, but television means different things to different people. We in the Caribbean are very unique people. That's why we need unique television. Welcome to M&E TV, where we showcase our lives in the Caribbean. M&E TV is about us, the special way we talk, the way we walk, dance, move. M&E TV is about me. It's about you. M&E TV is about our amazing Caribbean experience.
We are the fourth estate. We educate, we inform, and we hold those in authority, politicians, business leaders, and others, to account.
Connecting the public to the truth drives our purpose here at CNC3. When we stand behind a desk every single night, a lot of people don't know that we're a huge part of the news process. We eat, breathe, and sleep news. And that reflects in everything that we do as a news team.
Every day we tell the stories of people's journey through life. Stories of their success, stories of their sadness, stories of their grief, stories of their glory. We're the mirror in which society looks at itself.
When a storm is coming, everyone always thinks worst case scenario, and sometimes it may just be a brief shower or two. It's not always going to be a green veil level event. So it's important to have the most credible and accurate information coming from a verified source.
Welcome, you're watching the 7 o'clock news on CNC3.
Back at the Ariba Velodrome for the second half of this match between AC Port of Spain and CSW. Central Soccer World are trailing 2-0. First half goals from Sean Del Augustus and Kyle Bartholomew in the 5th. and 15th minute respectively. Have AC Port of Spain well in control of this one. Very relaxed huddle, very relaxed spectatorship on the Vibes side of the Arima Velodrome, the bleachers. You see the change for CSW as they try to freshen up their lineup. A couple of them, 3 actually.
Dion Lewis, the first man to enter. Nicholas Dillon will also make an appearance. And Kemuel Rivers is the third player in. Dillon on for Maloney. And Rivers will join the huddle. He replaces Kador, who we saw pull up near the end of that first half. So we're getting ready for kickoff in this second half. Referee Keelan Bacchus makes one final check, ensuring that the numbers are correct, and sends them on their way in this second half. Che Benny immediately looking for Bartholomew, and he wins an early corner kick for AC Port of Spain.
A very pensive looking CSW bench. Head coach Randolph Boyce staring into the ether. Little shake of the head. The work is cut out for them in this second half. As Michel Poon-Angeron lines up this corner, first of the second half.
Swings it in now. Keston Guy goes in chase. Bartholomew gets the final shot toward goal, but it's repelled on the goal line. Central Soccer World dodging an early bullet in this second half.
And from the man who has provided a couple of those shots, stuff of nightmares for Keston Guy. Bartholomew with these one-touch finishes has kept CSW's keeper on his toes. So throw from Thomas.
Cleared away, picked up now by Poon-Angeron to Eastman, and he spreads it wide to Benny. Benny will deliver, aimed at McLean, but Kemuel Rivers gets the defensive header, and here they are now on the front foot, CSW. This is Dion Lewis, one of the substitutes. To his outside is Wiley, and waiting on the inside, Nicholas Dillon. He's going to get a shot in, but straight to Jadel Poon-Lewis, who's relieved that that shot didn't ask him to do too much. He keeps his clean sheet intact.
Didn't look too panicked, even though Dillon was looming large in front of him. Kept his head and held on to it well.
It's going to be a throw-in on that far side, Sion Thomas. Good flick on. Anthony Charles gets his foot in, but it's cleared away now. Thomas swings it forward. It's back with Charles. That's a foul. Jason Joseph. Another look at the AC Port of Spain technical area. So an early free kick for AC Port of Spain. They've started this half in much the same manner as they finished it. Sion Thomas with the delivery. No AC Port of Spain players in attendance. It comes back out now to Eastman. Checks inside and plays Michel Poon-Angeron through. He's onside. Good back heel to Augustus, the opening goal scorer. Back to Benny, back to Punanjaran. Still in an outside position. Swings it in. It almost, the miscue clearance beats Keston Guy, but a good save, a good reflex save by Keston Guy. He'll certainly be proud of that, especially given the manner in which he's been beaten twice previously in this encounter.
Yeah, Guy certainly is starting better than he did in the first half. Able to repel that effort. He's still under the cosh, but will be very happy to keep the ball out of the net against an aggressively pressing AC P.O.S team. Bartholomew just showing where he wanted the ball. Didn't get it. Shondell Augustus doing well to just drift out to the left and draw the attention of the central defenders from CSW. Who build from the back.
Throw in for Central Soccer World. Here they come now, Nicholas Dillon. He's brought down by Mirez. Good strong play by him, a good turn. Asking Mirez to a little bit more extreme to stop any danger that loomed, and it's going to be a free kick now for Central Soccer World, manned by Joseph and Rivers, but it's wasted. And now AC Port of Spain will come forward. Che Benny with a big switch to the near side. Bartholomew will size his man up. This is, and then just can't deliver the final pass. CSW come away with it now. This is Wiley. Dillon had gone offside, but the pass itself wasn't accurate, and it's with Poon Lewis now.
Yeah, that tackle on Mirez, that tackle from Mirez on Dillon shows that they've been watching tape. He does come on and cause a couple problems for defenses. Having a very good run, getting a national call-up. Mirez very smooth in possession out of the fence there, just losing out. And then winning a free kick, and it switches right back to CSW. There's a player on the pitch, looks to be Shondell Augustus. Just holding that right ankle. Appears to be taped a bit. That's grounds for the physio to come on and attend to him.
Central Soccer World head coach Boyce just making a point to his fellow staff members that his team has not at all dealt too well with this match.
A bit more relaxed. A bit more relaxed behind them.
A bit of chatter during the stoppage. Bacchus will return, referee Bacchus that is, will return possession to Central Soccer World. This is Dillon now to Jason Joseph. Played away by Tariq Andrews. Header won by Ryan Frederick, but good skill there and good touch by Anthony Charles. And then Che Benny helps it on. This is Sidale McLean. He was in a similar position earlier towards the back post. There's a player. He won't need it. He puts it away, McLean, and celebrates by putting on his ski mask. Or rather, it's a goblin's mask. So it's all happening here at the Arriba Velodrome.
And it's a real horror story for Keston Guy.
There he is. He just can't believe it. And then McLean gifts his mask to a young spectator. Let's have another look at it. McLean through on goal, picks his spot, and tucks it away to put AC Port of Spain 3-0 to the good. He'll get a yellow card for his celebration. Referee Bacchus smilingly delivers that caution. Certainly, you would have enjoyed the celebration as much as we did, Jovan, but...
A bit of fun policing there from referee Bacchus. It's understood. It's a risk that these players take. I'm sure it's worth it for Cedale McLean. Benito Mirez. It's really good from Thomas on the far side. Almost finding Shondell Augustus on the run. Punanjaran tries the same ball, doesn't come to anything.
Good stuff here by Central Soccer World to release John, but he can't get the better of Maurice Ford. Ford gets it back now from his goalkeeper. Plays it up into the midfield where Anthony Charles receives. A lot of space for these AC Port of Spain players. Central Soccer World, they certainly would want to address this, perhaps press a bit higher. Certainly you don't want to drop too deep against a team that is already 3-0 up. And with these sort of expressive players in their lineup as Benny, Punanjaran, Anthony and company. Here's one of them again, Shondell Augustus. Good hold up. Good restraint as well. And you could see Nicholas Dillon waving to the players behind him to step up. Here's McLean trying to go to work on his markers. Picked up by Thomas. And it's blocked out for a throw-in by Abraham Phillip. Throw into AC Port of Spain.
To your point, CSW have really big gaps in their lineup. Dillon is a lone striker and very isolated at certain points. They would need to press AC P.O.S. a bit more. As AC P.O.S. keeps pressing, that's Che Benny over Bahi. Looks back knowingly. He's had better luck from that distance. But it's okay. It's a 3-0 lead for them. No smiles here from head coach Boyce. He's having a tough evening. There you can see the frustration on his face. His body language is very aggressive toward his players, and hopefully they can translate some of that aggression from the bench into the way that they play. There we see Dillon again calling his players up closer to him.
Speaking of calling, good night to Victoria Swift, Trinidad and Tobago Women's International. Probably phoning for assistance for this Central Soccer World team. A Central girl herself. That time Kareem Eastman just cramped by the touchline, and it's going to be a throw-in to Central Soccer World.
To her credit, she's actually been to a couple of these doubleheaders at the Arima Velodrome. At least 3 weeks in succession. Looking on, supporting, interacting with her fellow nationals. It's very good to see.
Yeah, it's always encouraging to see footballers supporting football. You know, the women's national team currently in the midst of the latter stages of preparation as they head off to the CONCACAF W Championship in a matter of weeks. And she's still making the time to be here, Victoria Swift. There she is again. She's often even told us that her trips here to Arima have come after exhaustive training with Kenwyn Jones and company. So credit to Victoria and all of the other women's nationals that we've seen here over the weeks.
Yeah, the women's team has really been on the rise recently. Kenwyn Jones taking a very good interest in women's development and asking that the country show them the respect that they deserve. They are representatives. Ms. Swift features heavily among them. One of the more promising prospects, the Club Leon defender.
What we might term sure pick.
In my eyes, at least.
Back to the action here. This is AC P.O.S. Spain really comfortably managing this game. Maurice Ford gets it to Anthony Charles, and it's all the way back now to Poon Lewis, inviting the Central Soccer World attack to come forward. And then trying to play it in behind them. This is won back by AC P.O.S. Spain, and they are streaming forward now through Augustus. Gets it wider to McLean. Desperate lunge there by Rivers. It's with Benny. Another desperate lunge, and then eventually they do get it away from the danger area, but back to a yellow. And this is Mirez just spreading it wide to Cian Thomas. He's all alone. He has support in Shea Benny. Instead goes to McLean. Benny now all the way back to Mirez. So they've been afforded the luxury of time and space, AC P.O.S. Spain. They've used it to good effect as well. Not hustled too much. And now we see the Central Soccer World players willing to come forward and challenge. But again, the gap between the attack and midfield is often exploited. But here comes Ryan Frederick. He wins it and then just gives it right back away. McLean now, AC P.O.S. Spain coming forward. 3-on-3. McLean beats his man. Cuts it back to Bartholomew, and he's done better in this match. Certainly would have counted on himself to do better that time, as McLean really provided it as easily as you would like in that sort of position for an attacker.
I think he prefers the harder ones. He's hit the post on the half volley. He's scored from distance with a one-touch. That one just too easy for his liking, it seems.
Yeah, some players specialize in the impossible almost. I can think of a few. And oftentimes when it's as easy as that chance presented itself, tend to sometimes overthink, sometimes overcomplicate themselves. That time, Bartholomew certainly should have done better with the finish.
Yeah, 4-0 would have really killed this match off. We're in the 63rd minute.
Head coach Walt Norega on his feet. Perhaps sending a reminder to his players that sometimes comfort can become complacency. As we saw here, this is a giveaway high up the pitch. A really laxed back pass by Mirez, asking Jadel Poon Lewis to first keep it in touch and then get it away from goal. Couldn't get it to an AC P.O.S. Spain player, and although Central Soccer World picked it up high up the field, they couldn't make it count. Another look at the CSW bench, including substitutes. Theophilus Bourne, who started this match and was taken off at halftime. So too Nathan Kador, who seemed to pick up an injury. But here they come now. This is a good shot and a good save by Jadel Poon Lewis to preserve his clean sheet. Wiley was put through on goal by Simon Joseph, and on the turn, drilled it towards that far post. Jadel Poon Lewis certainly had to be alert, and he was.
Yeah, it's good to see that he's still awake. Hasn't had much to deal with. just yet. Let's not give him a commentator's curse on this occasion, but doing well here to spot it through the crowd and just tip it away with some help from his friends. Good clearance by Thomas.
Important as well that he turned it away from goal and away from any oncoming CSW player. Poon Lewis, an excellent save that time to preserve the clean sheet. AC Port of Spain will continue to lead 3-0. Just about 25 minutes left in this match. Shondell Augustus will give chase. Won't get there before Tyreek Andrews, who helps it back towards Keston Julian, and Keston Guy rather, and gets it back now. Philip John out to Joseph. Wiley has the overlap, also has John in support. Tidy stuff there by the Central Soccer World midfield, and eventually played out wide to Kemwell Rivers. He has support, gets it back to Jason Joseph, and again Ryan Frederick just dropping deep to add that extra body in midfield. But certainly they would prefer if he pops up closer to goal. Definitely a goal threat for Central Soccer World, and that time again you could see the desperation of the final ball, asking too much of Nicholas Dillon, and now it's back with Poon Lewis.
Yeah, Poon Lewis doing what keepers are meant to do in these types of situations. Soak up some time, frustrate the opposition. You'll realize these players are very slow to get to their feet. Take a lot of time on these little occasions that they have the call from the referee. Ensure that they aren't harried in any kind of way. Continue to add to the frustration that is rife within this Central Soccer World team. And it will be frustrating for them after the type of week they had last week to come here and be trailing by 3 goals.
That time, McLean mix up in communication with Benny, but they win it back here. AC Port of Spain, and trying to just drill home the advantage. We'll have to be a bit more careful in these moments. A bit more intent needs to be shown, as Benny is trying to do here, taking the ball off the toe of Maurice Ford and playing it forward. That's a foul on Anthony Charles.
Yeah, Benny's passing has really been sublime this evening. He's been spraying it about. He's been finding those little areas. He's full of energy. He's really enjoying his football this evening. This is another ball inside and eventually cleared by CSW.
Shondell Augustus perhaps may have gotten a call from the man over his shoulder. Looks to be Bartholomew. He let that ball past him, but it was eventually blocked out and then cleared by Central Soccer World. Throw in to AC Port of Spain, Eastman. To Benny. Benny can't return it, and it's picked up now by Dillon. I think it's incumbent upon Central Soccer World to try to spice things up a bit. You see a substitution being readied. Last week they introduced Moses Jaikaran to good effect to get the winner against Police FC. Well, not the winner, but the one that certainly put the game to bed. Here they'll be in a slightly different situation, trying to find a way back into the match. This is a cross from Wiley, a good one at that. It's bouncing around. Poon Lewis gets there, but not before it's turned into the net by the captain, Ryan Frederick. So it could turn out to be just what the doctor ordered for Central Soccer World. The defending on that occasion by AC P.O.S. Spain left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, and Frederick won't mind. He snapped up at an opportunity. Poon Lewis is still prone. Seemed to have taken a knock in that sequence. And we see it again, not cleared. And Ryan Frederick just banging it off the keeper into the back of the net.
The aerial threat of Dillon again was instrumental in that goal. It was actually Frederick who rose first at the near post. Got a bit of a flick on and then reacted fastest to tuck away the loose ball, and at that juncture he's also being substituted. He'll be replaced by Keelan Burnett in the 70th minute. As Poon Lewis gets back on his feet after receiving some attention. So that goal coming in the 69th minute. Ryan Frederick making it 3-1. Central Soccer World will have 20 minutes to try to get 2 goals. And AC P.O.S. Spain will have the same amount of time to restore or attempt to restore their 3-goal cushion.
Sometimes all you need is a bit of luck, a bit of bounce to overturn a bad evening. Frederick there benefiting from that, as we see Bartholomew take to the turf.
AC P.O.S. Spain are going to introduce 2 new players to the fray. One of them, Jaheim McPhee. The other, Said Charles. Charles would have been a mainstay for them in the earlier portions of this competition. He's since fallen away, replaced by Maurice Ford in this starting lineup, who's shifted Kareem Eastman to the left side of defense. But Said Charles will make an appearance today in short order. Referee Keelan Bacchus inquires of his 4th official whether that substitution or the documentation is ready. It's not, so play will continue with the 11 on the field. Good play by Augustus. Bartholomew gets it fouled to Eastman. He'll swing across over. It's picked up at the far stick now by McLean. He's trying to be clever. But it's cut out, and Central Soccer Way pass it out of the back. This now is Dion Lewis. Has Philip John in support, but he's harassed by Bartholomew, and Benny has it now for AC P.O.S. Spain. Turns on a dime, goes one way, then the next, gets it back from Augustus. Augustus is still in there. Eventually it gets back to Guy. And he recycles possession for Central Soccer World. But they give it back, and then win it back. Give it back again. Mirez. Neat. Then loses possession. That's a lunging challenge by Anthony Charles. Referee Bacchus doesn't see anything wrong with it. AC P.O.S. Spain win it back, and this is a ball sprayed out towards McLean. He can't keep it in play though. And this is the stoppage that AC P.O.S. Spain would have wanted in order to make those substitutions. Out is number 10, Augustus, the opening goal scorer. In, number 9, Jaheem McPhee.
Like for like there. It's been good energy from Sean Del Augustus today. The 2 goal scorers will leave. Kyle Bartholomew also exiting.
And in his stead, Said Charles, as mentioned. Referee Bacchus had to think twice about that and eventually makes the right decision. A foul on Nicholas Dillon by Maurice Ford is going to lead to a CSW free kick from just about 30 yards out. Jason Joseph prepares it. 15 minutes left. He's aiming towards the back post and the head of Dillon. At least 2 players were beyond him, and had he just known that and let it run, they might have been able to beat Jadel Poon Lewis for a second time in this match.
Yeah, and this is why Nicholas Dillon is on the pitch. A little more patience could have served him then. Call, like you said, from one of his players. But he is there to throw his weight around and get up to those high balls, chase down defenders and make life really uncomfortable for them. Their discomfort will increase if Central Soccer World is to find the back of the net again. They know that they're very close, and you can feel a bit of a swing in this match. AC P.O.S. don't look too flustered, but they will have to be very mindful of the threat that is posed by their opponents as they continue to soak up some time. That man, Keston Guy, beaten 3 times this evening as Thomas gets us restarted. It's all the way back from Mirez, sorry. Eventually cleared.
There's Dillon again. He's going to attract attention. He'll be an obvious target for Central Soccer World. And the AC Port of Spain defense will certainly have to be diligent in dealing with that threat. That time he was double teamed. Possession won back. Is going to be another throw in here for AC Port of Spain. Sion Thomas all the way back to Mirez. Plays it across now to Ford. This is again careless stuff. It falls to Dillon, but he can't beat Poon Lewis.
That had to be the chance, I think, at this point in the match. And Nicholas Dillon really should have been a bit more clinical. They did well to carve it out. Good high pressure. It's what he's been calling for most of his second half. Just needed to recognize the potential of that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage in the game, with the scenario being what it is, Nicholas Dillon had to put that beyond Poon Lewis. And one would expect that with the experience that he's been gaining in and around the national team, with the position or the role that he holds within this Central Soccer World team as the deliverer, one would have expected it to done much better. And again, this is another giveaway and another goal. That's Dion Lewis picking up the loose ball and putting it beyond Poon Lewis in the AC Port of Spain goal. And just like that, Jovan, as you mentioned, this game was showing indications of swinging more and more in favor of Central Soccer World, and there is the goal that one would expect. Sets things up really nicely heading into the final 10 minutes.
Here we go again. 3-2 in the 80th minute. So, nail-biting time. This ball was very poor. Substitute and stand-in captain Dion Lewis taking his time, composing himself, and finishing right through the legs of Jadel Poon Lewis to make it 3-2. Central Soccer World truly in the ascendancy against AC P.O.S. Remember the last time these two teams met, it resulted in a 2-2 draw. And like we heard earlier, Central coach speaking about deja vu, and can we have some deja vu here? No. It's a good recovery from Mirez.
Keelan Burnett that time was the man tearing through. Mirez had to make a recovery, and he had to make a decision as well. He couldn't be rash and dive into a tackle. As we see a really confused expression on the face of Walt Noriega, the AC Port of Spain head coach. He's perhaps wondering what has happened in the last 10 minutes of this match. Of course, Ryan Frederick would have been the man that brought Central Soccer World back into contention, making it 3-1 in the 70th. And 10 minutes later, by the 80th minute, it was Dion Lewis cutting the lead to just 1.
Yeah, the substitute doing the job for CSW and causing some forehead furrows for Mr. Noriega.
Here they come again. Mirez does well enough, gets this one away to Thomas, who will look upfield towards their new big man, newly introduced McPhee. He wins the header. Sadair McLean, and again, not for the first time this evening, he's rushed himself into the finish, and he's feeling the pain, certainly of the embarrassment of that attempt. So the urgency has seemed to gone out of this AC Port of Spain team. And they've become really, really sloppy, especially with their passes back toward goal. At that time, we saw Poon Lewis taking no chances on a underserved pass back from Maurice Ford.
Yeah, with a lot of pressure coming in as well. You'd think after the 2 chances that they gave, first one to Dylan and the other one that went to Lewis that gave them the second goal, you think that AC Port of Spain would be a little more vigilant now. They've seen their lead cut to just 1 from 3 after leading 2-0 at the end of the first half and really in the first 15 minutes of this match. Complacency must not set in for either of these teams as we enter the final knockings of this match. We're in the 83rd minute. Substitute is getting warmed.
Yeah, the man down there going through the paces. Central AC Port of Spain, rather. Nikal Stevens, he would have played last weekend, and then this is another substitute being prepared, it seems. Jabari Charles. McLean is helped to his feet and off of the field. And it seems as though that will be all he wrote. He got the third goal for AC P.O.S Spain this evening. As we see a chance here for Central Soccer will blast it above the crossbar by Jason Joseph. It's going to be goal kick AC P.O.S Spain.
Yeah, good shift from Cedale McLean. He had an assist and a goal. Certainly a candidate for the man of the match in this one, should things go to plan for AC P.O.S. So far this evening, things haven't gone to plan for the team that has held the lead.
Meanwhile, yet another player has gone down with what we suspect to be cramps.
And the direct action medical team is at the ready, bounding onto the pitch. In many respects, they have to be also in tip-top condition.
Meanwhile, referee Changia is readying the fourth official rather is readying the indication that the substitutions being made will see Anthony Charles off for Nicole Stevens. And the other player in is Jabari Charles. And he replaces McLean. Jardel Poon-Lewis there, who a man at one stage seemed on course for a clean sheet. It's since been taken away from him. Two really good finishes by Central Soccer World. The first by Ryan Frederick, the captain, and the other from Dion Lewis, the substitute captain.
Yeah, AC P.O.S. haven't had a clean sheet this season. They were looking on course for their first. Now they have to soak up some pressure here. Real backs to the wall job to get CSW out of their area.
Botched clearance there by Tyreek Andrews, turns over possession, and this is a good ball by McPhee looking for Che Benny. Guy though was able to recover. Gets this one out to Dylan. Kemuel Rivers is in support, but Dylan had returned from an offside position. And a potential breakaway attack breaks down for Central Soccer World. In the do-or-die moments of this match. Jabari Charles keeps that one in play, but turns over possession. This is Burnett. Well guarded by Nicole Stevens. Throw in high up this near side for Central Soccer World. Simon Joseph into Wiley. Shows a bit too much of it to Charles. Another throw in for Central Soccer World. So it was around this moment in the previous match, Dover, that I asked you a question. I'll dare to ask it again. What is the job of AC P.O.S Spain now to defend this lead?
That shot there almost changing the conversation. Nicholas Dillon through the crowd looking for the first post of Jardel Poon-Lewis. But they have to play how they were playing in the first half, middle of the first half, when they were very relaxed making the right decisions, keeping the possession of the ball, distributing it well, playing very high percentage passes. They can't take any risks. This is not the time for that. CSW, of course, will be taking all the risks. They have nothing to lose and everything to gain by pressing this AC P.O.S team. This ball from Che Benny is up to Jaheim McPhee. Booted clear from the middle of the CSW defense. It's going to go straight to Poon Lewis. He's going to roll and wince. Take his time with this ball as we enter the final minute of regulation time.
In his defense, he has been in some discomfort ever since Ryan Frederick bundled that goal in the 70th minute. Poon Lewis. He's performed admirably since. As we see here, a bit of a retaliation by, it looks to be Burnett on Sion Thomas, who just ushered that one out of play, and he's shown a caution. But for striking out at the player, I think referee Bacchus lets him off the hook. Meanwhile, 5 minutes additional is being shown by fourth official Changia as referee Bacchus tries to sort out whatever took place on that far side. Let's have a look at it again. As we see Thomas, maybe an arm was raised, and as he went to ground there, it seems as though Burnett retaliated, Jovan.
Yeah, it looked to be a slip from Sion Thomas. Nothing too intentional in that. We've seen a lot of players lose their footing in this match and the previous one. 5 minutes is an eternity though, so everyone would want to keep their heads. Don't want to cost your team the match at this point.
Certainly good to see the smiles on this Central Soccer World bench. They're chasing the match. Just under 4 minutes left in added on time. But they've done well. They've acquitted themselves well in this second half to come from 3 goals down and to put the match into the situation that it is right now. Really, AC Port of Spain have to be vigilant in order to preserve all 3 points.
At the end of the first half, we called it a stroll to halftime, and it certainly has been a little more anxious to the end here. So credit to Central Soccer World. They did come out in the second half to play. Still have 3 minutes to be played in this. Please stay tuned.
Yeah, at the moment it's a throw into AC Port of Spain. They're not in too much of a hurry to retrieve the football. Instead, Wiley does so for Eastman, who will get us restarted now. Good defending by Wiley, and again he goes after the errant ball, returns it to Eastman, who will try to make his way forward and in turn push his team forward along this near side. Recovered. And that's going to be Central Soccer World ball. Repelled by Eastman. Central Soccer World still trying to find a way to get forward. Possession recycle. Jason Joseph is aiming it towards the far side, and that's a dangerous challenge there by Keelan Burnett. He also has to be careful. He was cautioned a short while ago. Perhaps even escaping harsher judgment from referee Bacchus. Mirez is back on his feet. And this is a free kick as we have one more look at just what transpired there. Burnett just backing into his man and going under Mirez, who was challenging for the header.
It's just about 1 more minute remaining in this match. Don't want to speak too soon, but how do you feel about this second Central versus Town match in match week 2 of the second round?
And Jovan, as we see Benny just trying to release the run of Jabari Charles, a hard worker indeed, who's come on in place of Cedale McLean, and that time Maurice Ford just erring on the side of caution. But I think that this match certainly has not turned out as the first 15 minutes might have indicated. AC Port of Spain really in control during that period, and by the balance of play in that period, one would have thought that they would have won this match much more comfortably, as referee Bacchus brings us to an end. But in the end, all's well that ends well, certainly in the eyes of AC P.O.S of Spain. 3-2 winners over Central Soccer World, and for the boys from the central parts of Trinidad and Tobago, certainly though they can hold their heads high for a performance of this nature, certainly a second half performance that has brought them back to within a goal. However, all 3 points will go the way of AC Port of Spain. 3 points. They are currently, or started the day rather, in 8th position. And those 3 points certainly will serve them well. Central Soccer World, however, will see a 3-match winning streak broken, including taking the scalp of Police FC last weekend. They'll go back to the drawing board though, looking ahead to their next match against the table toppers La Hoqueta Rangers. AC Port of Spain, meanwhile, will oppose the Defence Force next week. Here's a quick look at how things transpired early on. AC Port of Spain really with not much of resistance, and they took the lead in the 5th minute through Shondell Augustus. But then this one was an absolute blinder. Kyle Bartholomew, 3 touches, and then beyond the despairing dive of Keston Guy in goal for Central Soccer World, it put them, AC Port of Spain, 2-0 up. Michelle Punanjaran forced a reflex save there out of Guy, and then in the second half, Cedale McLean able to extend the lead, making it 3-0, and then the Goblin celebration, which earned them a caution from referee Keelan Bacchus. He didn't mind it too much because at that time, really and truly, AC Port of Spain were cruising along at 3-0. There you see the yellow card being delivered. But then all of a sudden, this match turned around. Central Soccer will be able to find footing on the attack, that time forcing a brilliant reflex save out of Jadel Poon Lewis, and then this one, a loose ball from the cross, turned in by their captain, Ryan Fedrick. He was substituted shortly after, once Jadel Poon Lewis received his treatment, and his replacement, the man who also took the captain's armband, Dion Lewis, latched onto a poor back pass and was able to beat Poon Lewis for a second time in this match. 3-2 and game on. Central Soccer World continued to try to force the issue. That time a wayward shot from Jason Joseph. And then here, later on, the frustrations of their efforts boiling over as Keelan Burnett retaliated on Cian Thomas and was shown a yellow card. Lucky to escape with only a yellow. And that man, Jadel Poon Lewis, who was anticipating a quite comfortable clean sheet in the end, is left beaten twice, but still though doing enough to maintain the lead for AC Port of Spain. Final score 3-2 in their favor. That brings brought the action as far as on the field goes for this Saturday afternoon in the Ascension tournament, as the focus will switch to the St. James Barracks tomorrow for another exciting affair. Stay with us. We are continuing to wrap things up here from the Arima Velodrome, where we just witnessed a match that was certainly a tale of two halves, belonging to AC P.O.S Spain in the first half, and then Central Soccer World waking up in the second to push them all the way to the wire before a 3-2 final scoreline. So a lot of goals here at the Arima Velodrome. A 3-all draw followed by a 3-2 result in favor of AC P.O.S Spain. I am eager, as Jovan Ravello is, to hear from the protagonists this afternoon.
With Randolph Boyce, the head coach of CSW. Can you tell me how you felt about today's performance?
A kind of two-sided performance. The first half was slow, lethargic, very disappointing by our standards. The second half, we inject a little more energy, a little life into the game, press the opponent a little higher up the field. And I had to say credit to the opponents tonight. They did a good job. They see out the game. And sometimes it's like that. But at this level, we had to be a little more consistent to get the results that we're looking for.
What were the instructions coming out of the break?
We had to show more character. We had to be more disciplined. We had to show desire. We had to work harder. That kind of stuff. They responded to it, but a little too late.
Did you feel that you had an opportunity to at least get a point from this match?
Yeah, definitely. In the second half, you know, the games is a game of two halves. The second half, we work hard. We could have tried to force our issue to get the tie-in goal, but it didn't happen like that tonight. So we had to learn from it.
And how do you press on from a result like this?
It's tough to press on because the next opposition is Rangers, and is a tough opposition. So we work cut out, you know. So we go with it.
All right. Well, all the best in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Central Soccer World head coach Randolph Boyce there expressing or echoing the sentiments that it really was a tale of two halves from Central Soccer World, as AC P.O.S Spain stamped their authority and their class on the first half before they fought back from a really difficult position in the second period. In the end, though, coming up short as AC P.O.S Spain came away with a 3-2 win here at the Arima Velodrome. Standing by, Jovan Ravello will hear the thoughts of the winning coach, Walt Noriega.
We're here with Walt Noriega, the head coach of AC P.O.S. Can you tell me how you felt about today's performance?
A bit of mixed feelings. I think the team did well in the first half. We executed the game plan in the first half. I think the second half, the boys got a little complacent and allowed the team back in the game.
Started really well. Was it too much of a good start for you that led to the complacency?
I believe so. I believe we get a bit drunk in honey where we realized that the team wasn't doing much. They was in total control and a bit of complacency stepped in.
How did you all take it over the line? I know it was very tough for you in the second half.
No, well, I'm glad that the boys did manage to take it to the line, because it will build character for the boys, because we've been dominating games but not seeing out games. We've been in control of games, and teams keep coming and scoring us late in the game, and it is a kind of disheartening feeling. But I'm glad tonight that the boys showed character to see out the game tonight.
A good 3 points for you. How do you prepare for your next match?
Well, we go back in training and do the work that we gain results with. The things that we're doing, the boys seeing that we gain results, it's showing on the way we passing the ball around the pitch, we moving the ball. It's now just to execute and to avoid the goals that we conceded.
Thank you very much, head coach of AC P.O.S, Walt Noriega.
Thanks, no problem.
I come away with a phrase used by Walt Noriega that his team was drowning in honey, leading to the close finish that we saw in this one. AC P.O.S Spain, after going 3-0 up as early as the 50th minute, having to fight and claw to earn all 3 points, as Central Soccer World came back to force the issue. 3-2 the final score here at the Arima Velodrome. And of course, they were able to see it out on the backs of the player of the match who's standing by with Jovan Ravello.
Here with Che Benny, one of the players of the match this evening. How do you feel of the performance, your performance personally, and then the performance of AC P.O.S?
Well, my performance was great. You know, last game I threw away a penalty to draw the game for my team, and you know I was down on myself. And I think my performance today, you know, I helped my team. I had 2 assists today, so yeah, my performance was good.
So there were at points that you all were in full control of the match. Was that something that you all spoke about?
Yes, it was something that we talked about because you know we are a team who pass the ball very well, and I think you know once we do that, you know there's not a team who could stand with us. You know, so yeah.
How do you string together performances like these? How do you consistently perform the way that you did today?
Well, every game I try to do my best. Every game I try to do my best. You know, before games, you know, I look back at the last game I played to see what was the mistakes I made. You know, so it's just about, you know, thinking about what you want to do before the game and after the game, and yeah.
Now there are a lot of coaches and scouts looking at this league. Are you planning to make another appearance in the higher ranges of the national game, or hoping to?
You know, my dream is to play for Trinidad and Tobago, you know, and that's why I'm doing this. I love this, and, you know, hopefully one day I'll get my opportunity to show the world what I can do, you know. Yeah.
Congratulations on a good performance. Che Benny, our man of the match.
Thank you.
So that brings the action here at the Arima Velodrome to a close. Match week 11 in this, the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago. You would have just witnessed AC Port of Spain come away with a 3-2 win over Central Soccer World. The action shifts to the St. James Police Barracks tomorrow afternoon, where it's the home team taking on Cunupia FC. You can join us again then. For now, though, on behalf of Jovan Ravello and the entire team, good night.